Speaker, we are in the council here.
Councillors,
Speaker,
You
councillors,
must follow
if we
the
may be
procedures.
allowed,
Councillors,
because it is an,
No, you are
Ma'am,
causing
we are
problems. You must follow
to
the
raise
procedures.
point of order.
councillors,
We are allowed to raise point of order.
How?
councillors,
Sekucacile ukuthi aniyifundi le
councillors,
report.
listen. Uyabona councillors,
That's exactly what we want, Speaker.
No,
we
no,
want, we want this report. We
you
don't-
can't raise the point of order when the report is being presented. You will be allowed to debate the matter.
We want the report. We want the report. This is written. We can't-
But how can you debate the matter while the mayor is still presenting?
No, you are not listening. We want the report.
It's a
This
point
is
of order,
written.
not a debate.
Correct. We want this report.
It's a point of order, not the rules, yes. It's a point of order, not a debate.
EP report. EP report. There's a difference between debating and putting a point of order.
There's a point of order debate.
Stop bullying us, Speaker. We are councillors here and we're entitled to be here.
Umadlala futhi akathuli umadlala.
Councillors, apologies, but mayor, councillors, Councillors. you requested the report to be presented. Let's not be destructive.
A point of order.
The mayor is now addressing the matter you have requested. Then I will take hands after the report has been presented. Let's allow the mayor to address you. Then I will take hands after that. Order. Councillor Mwango, what do you want to say? Order.
Speaker, can you please read Rule 25?
I'm listening,
So,
Councillor Mwango.
even if there's a report,
Order.
the mayor is a councillor. At any stage, during a discussion or any report, a councillor may raise a point of order. So it's not your duty to tell us when not to raise a point of order. Because it's not a debate, it's a point of order. So in terms of these rules. So unless if you are saying you suspend the rules when the mayor speaks, I don't know which rule are you using to suspend a point of order? Can you use the rules and tell us where are you using that rule?
Yeah. Mwango, you are correct in terms of the rules. But at the same time, as a Speaker of Council, I have a responsibility to drive
Based on
Council.
which rule?
Order.
Which rule?
Uzophuma Speaker.
Which rule allows you that?
Now,
Which rule?
because you want to talk alone, you don't want us to respond. May I proceed?
No, but Speaker, which
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. There is a proposed cut of 142.4 million rands for the eThekwini allocation. It should also be noted that eThekwini municipality has always spent 100% of the USDG and ISUPG grants. Honorable councillors, it is correct that the municipality applied.
Councillor Kavenda, sorry.
Yes.
No, let me take Kavenda's hand.
Thank you, Speaker.
We raise a-
Speaker, I think you are walking down a very dangerous path today for this council meeting. And I think you are going to be solely responsible for collapsing this council because that's the way it's heading, because you are not respecting the viewpoints and you're not upholding the rules of order. The councillor from Action SA has raised a valid point. You have not answered him in terms of how you are trying to block points of order. And until you respond to that, or until you accede to the points of order, this meeting is not going to continue.
Yeah. Councillor Kavenda, I respect you're correct, Councillor Kavenda, but the difficulty I have is that when I allow you to raise point of orders or raise any issue to the attention of the Speaker, when I'm responding to your issue, you are shouting, you are howling me. Now it means it's only myself who have to listen to you. But when you are expected to listen to me, you are not prepared to do that. While I was trying to respond to Councillor Mwango, the councillors sitting with him, they were shouting at me, making noise. What must I do? what my side to, because they don't allow me to respond.
Speaker. Speaker.
Councillor Reddy,
Speaker.
I'm coming
Speaker.
to
There's
this
no-
one, then.
Speaker.
Apologies, Councillor Kaunda, I'm coming, Reddy,
yeah.
then Vubu, then the head of the pack.
Thank you,
myself.
Speaker. It's already over an hour gone, and we have not started with the agenda proper.
Order,
Speaker,
Councillor.
I want to propose and suggest you have the power to suspend the rules during the mayor's address.
Ayikho leyo
Suspend the
nto wena.
rules,
Hayi, wena ayikho leyo nto wena.
allow the mayor to complete his address, and thereafter, we also have questions for the mayor and the city manager. Allow us to raise our
The
issues.
problem la ukuthi manje
Because
nikhuluma bangangifuna ukulalela.
at the moment, Speaker, with all the points of order that's going to come up while the mayor is addressing us, we will never finish this meeting on time.
Thank you.
And Councillor Governor is correct. Councillors here will collapse this meeting.
Yes.
So I would suggest you suspend the rules during the duration of this mayor's address, and thereafter we will raise the points that we have.
Yeah,
Thank you.
councillors,
Ubani
we are not yet, I'm coming to you. Councillors, please note this. Please note this. The mayor is not debating, is presenting a report to council. The council will be allowed to debate the report.
EP report.
Now, to raise a point of order while the report is being presented, while you will be allowed to debate the report. I don't think that is fair, is assisting council. Councillor
He
Mvubu.
must debate, he must not mention
Speaker.
Order, let's listen to Councillor Mvubu.
No, it's fine, but we must correct this, what Councillor Vice is saying, because he's talking as a nonsense. There is no such. It is not written anywhere. There's a point of order is suspended when the mayor is speaking. Let's start there. But obviously the intention would be for the mayor to present and finish all his reports. But what we've asked is a very simple requisition. Can we please be given the reports as well? It's just as simple as, are we guessing or not? Because sicela ukuthola ama-copy reports efundwa umeya.
I-report ayimfihlo.
Ikona nje lokho esicelayo. Ngoba sifuna ukuthi nathi siyibone kahle bese siyakwazi ukuyi-engage. Yithini esikhulume ngale report. Siyamnikeza ithuba ukuthi umeya ayipresente i-report. Kodwa sicela ukuthi sibe nayo nathi nawo wonke amakhansela abe nayo.
Manje.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor.
Yes, Speaker.
Order. Yes.
Yes, Speaker. I'm trying to find out what is happening with the security cluster there. What is the tension of them? All of them are here. Have we done something
must come-
wrong, Speaker? They must move.
No. Councillor.
You are now out of order.
Councillor, no, order. No. Order.
Your bouncers.
Order. No. Order. Turn pants, Bambu. Listen, Councillor, order, councillors. Let's not discuss who is there. Order. Mthetho.
Thanks, Chair.
Yabona?
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to
Order.
raise two things. Is to remind you about my point of order earlier, which cited section 16, subsection 7, and the other subsections that are available to invoke. Number two, I just wanted to request, because this is not just a random speech by the mayor. Councillor Vubu has raised that. The mayor had committed that today we will receive that report. I think it is important that, because it is a report, not just a speech, that we have that report so that we're able to engage the report and respond accordingly. We can't respond to a random speech by the mayor. Where is that report? Because the mayor was aware yesterday that he would have to present that report before council.
Okay.
So for us to do justice to the report, we need the copies of that. We can receive copies while the mayor is talking, but we do need hard copies of that report. Thank you.
Okay. I understand the request, Councillor Mvubu. Order. I understand the request of having the hard copies of the report being availed to all of you. The secretariat, have not made copies of such a report, but the team is saying to me it's possible for them to make those copies. Now, I will request that Uzo and her team, they make copies that will be enough for all councillors, so that the report, councillors will have a hard copy. Therefore, the request of having a report, the report will be made available to all of you.
Thank you. Speaker.
Awubu keep my security, speak.
But what is going to happen in the meantime, the report will be emailed to all of you. While you are making copies. While you are making copies, it means we are going to receive the soft copy. We are going to get them hard copies as well. Hasn't it? Order.
No, sibonge speaker. Ngicabanga ukuthi kuze sikwazi ukuqhubeka kahle ngoba bevele sine agenda eqondile. Sayiphazamisa ngokuthi besifuna le report lengekho ready manje. Umbono ke enginawo speaker ukuthi kulungile. Ayithi yolungiswa lo report siqhube neagenda ngoba sina iagenda yomhlangano. Ngoba vele egcineni amakhansela wanayo inkinga.
Order.
Nomhlangano.
Councillors, please.
Amakhansela anenkinga yokuthi i-report afuna ipresentwe ibona. Asinankinga ke nathi naloko. Kodwa sicela ukuthi i-council ngoba ivele ibine agenda speaker ogcina uvuma ukuthi uyishintshe. Now condition does not allow you anymore ukuthi wenze siqale ngale item ngoba yikho lapha.
Hayi namhlanje.
Siqale ke ngeagenda yobinja ulo
Speaker. Okay, thank you. Speaker. Thank you. Kambule, let's start with Mia first. Sorry.
Thank you very
Mayor's
much.
hand was up.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. We will support the request of Councillor Untuli Lapaya, but as our first request to go to Master Style Council agenda, umhlonishwa ubaba lapha uSompisi ogunde kahle kakhulu akuyena ozosipresentela ama item asithola umuntu ozosipresentela ama item until since ngoba sisanodaba osulibambile ngayo so masiqhubeka neagenda ubaba uSompisi nje socela ukuthi ingabuye nospresentela ama items siyabonga.
Yeah, no, Councillor Kambule, we have already made a ruling on the matter. We can't debate one and the same thing.
I know.
We are not going to move. We are not going to move.
No.
There's nothing that is going to happen.
But Councillor Mvubu, we can't allow you to be out of order deliberately.
Now out of order this meeting.
Councillor Mvubu, we can't allow you to do that. We can't allow you to do
What have
that.
I done? What have I done now, Speaker?
No, I'm saying to you, we have already ruled on the matter.
But
Therefore, we can't open the debates that have been closed.
But what debate did I raise, Speaker?
No. I'm responding to Councillor Kambule. Then when you are saying it can't happen, that's what I'm saying. You are saying it can't happen. You are raising your hands while I'm responding to Kambule. That's what I'm saying to you, Councillor Mvubu, stop what you are doing. You are raising your hands. It's not allowed in council to do that. Mia?
So raising hands is not allowed in council.
It's not allowed. Order.
Speaker, if I may check, Speaker.
No, Mia, you're on the floor. Mia.
Honorable Speaker, inkinga esizoba nayo siyaphakamisa la usiziba ukhomba abanye abantu sifuna ukwenza ama points then ama-councillor they will end up heckling because of that challenge. Sicela usirecognize sonke ngokulinganayo. That's number one. Number two, sicela i-report ibe physically. I think sesivumelene ngalokho. Okusho ukuthi sizothi nje gozololo ngoba phela kunomthetho we-council in terms of distributing documents. Lento ayiqala, it has been said many times before. Even the agendas, if you are ngo-12 ebusuku, sizoyifunda kanjani? Now we're going to interrogate the report. Soft copy, yes, we accept it. But how are we going to make references, point of references, that's what debating how we soft copy while we are listening to a presentation here, Mayor? I think it's unfair. But still, I would say, go to a Gozololo, sit on a report, sit Kube. No, we're getting paid for this job.
Councillor Pega, order.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this should be a lesson, especially to you, Speaker. If you have given uKhansela uMncango ukuthi akhulume, we wouldn't be sitting here and having all this noise because we are applying the rules. And one of the questions or something that we wanted to raise, in the report that the mayor was presenting, he mentioned Action SA, which we don't even have those reports here with us. So please, Speaker, to avoid all this, make sure that we follow the rules of this council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pega. Ukubheka Nxumalo.
No umuntu akabonga speaker. Mhlambe speaker ukuze umuntu akwazi ukuthi ahlale ngokukhuleka kulendle yakho. Umuntu uyafisa ukuthola ukuthi mhlambe bukhona lobungozi esikubona njengamakhansela. Ngoba asifisi ukuthi kugcine kwenzeka isimo esifana esenzeke eMabhida. Ngoba umuntu ubona kugcwele amaphoyisa futhi akhona ngaphandle manje sifuna ukuthi sazi ukuthi bukhona lobungozi mhlambe ngahle singene kubona.
Thank you. Councillors, I've already made a ruling that the report will be emailed to all of you. You must stop this thing of shouting while they speak. Yeah, please stop what you are doing. I want you. Stop what you are doing. I've already made a ruling that hard copies will be made available to all of you. Soft copies will be emailed to all of you. Then there's a request now again.
Speaker.
There's a request again for the mayor. Let me finish my point. There's a request now again for the mayor
You received it.
not to continue with the report while we are waiting for the copies, of which is a fair request, but the request is not considerate of time and other items that we have to deal with them in our agenda. The request might be fair, but the request is not considerate of time that already has been wasted and the items that we have in our agenda. Therefore, while we are waiting for the report, for council again to refuse to continue with other items in the agenda, I don't think that is fair and being responsible as leaders. The item already has been allowed to be presented, but while we are waiting hard copies, let's continue with other items in the agenda. Once we have received copies, then the mayor will take the podium and continue with his report.
Speaker,
it means now we'll move back to the agenda.
We have received the reports, a soft copy of the reports. It's here, we have it. So while they are preparing the hard copies, because we do have the reports on soft copies, I think many councillors can confirm it has been sent via email. So Mayor can read these reports because we do have it while waiting. That's my proposal.
Okay,
So this will be able
that's fine. It assists us if we allow the mayor to proceed because we still have to debate the report.
Yes.
Because most of you have got them on the copies. I don't think that the request is unreasonable. Let's allow the mayor to continue. Those who don't have access to their emails, the report is coming. But those who have emails, you can follow through while the mayor is presenting. Please, thank you.
Shuthi ngiqale phansi somlomo. Okay.
Isathethe ukuthi ungaqali phakathi uqhubeke la ugcine khona.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We want to state categorically clear that the municipality has neither failed to spend 1.9 billion of a conditional grant allocated to repair infrastructure, nor forfeited monies to National Treasury. We trust that after this input, the people of eThekwini will be able to distinguish between the facts and misinformation that is being peddled by a political party. It is important to indicate that recently the National Treasury issued a circular on strict cost-cutting and austerity measures in national and provincial governments. In addition, as per the communication from the National Department of Human Settlement, a cabinet decision was taken to cut the Urban Settlement Development Grant and the Informal Settlement Upgrading Partnership Grant allocations for 2023-2024, which is not informed by under expenditure, but which is informed by the austerity measures that I spoke about above. This is not unique to eThekwini, as other metros in the country are also affected. There is proposed cut of 142.4 million for eThekwini allocation. It should also be noted that eThekwini municipality has always spent 100% of the USDG and ISUPG grants, and we're the only metro in the Republic of South Africa which spend it 100%. Honorable councillors, it is correct that the municipality applied to National Treasury for rollover of unspent conditional grant of 1.8 billion, of which 1.5 billion relates to the Municipal Disaster Recovery Grant, the MDRG. It should be noted that the 1.5 billion was only received in March 2023, 3 months before the end of the financial year, and the city was advised by COGTA that a rollover application for the MDRG is not required. However, in August, the National Treasury indicated that a rollover application was required, and Treasury advised us that it wanted this application in a prescribed format, and that information has now been appropriately packaged and submitted. The main reasons for the rollover for the grants have been out of the control of the municipality for the following reasons. Firstly, the 1.3 billion rands from the Municipal Disaster Management Grant for the flood damages was only received on the 16th of March 2023. National Treasury did acknowledge that the rollover for the MDRG is linked to the disaster funding. In terms of the grant framework, the municipality has 12 months to spend the grant. Secondly, the SCM processes had to be followed for each of more than 700 projects, especially from the engineering department. This process includes doing design before the specifications can be developed. Even once this is done, service providers still need some time to start the projects. It was not a case of poor planning. It was simply impractical and unreasonable to expect these projects to be completed in 2022-2023 financial year. It was impossible to spend 1.5 billion in 3 months, considering the processes to be completed. We want to indicate that most of the projects will be implemented during the framework contracts that have been put in motion as we speak. Most of councillors have been contacted by the departments on the roads, bridges that are going to be repaired. So this money has been committed. Task orders are issued as necessary for pricing, and award follows an expedited process that we have put in motion. There are 525 projects with a work estimated value of 1 million and below. Most of the projects can be completed in less than 1 month because those are just small-scale projects. Furthermore, the Roads Provision Department is implementing 6 major bridge projects as part of reconstruction and rehabilitation grant. These projects are significantly more complex and require construction periods longer than 12 months, which is impossible for us to complete them within 12 months. This is due to phased and staged construction for technical reasons, such as reinforced and pre-stressed concrete curing periods, as well as the installation of complex foundations, along with demolition of existing old and damaged infrastructure. Road construction can also only commence once the structural phase of bridge implementation is complete. All this information has been communicated with National Treasury and National COGTA. On public transport network grant, with regards to the 308.4 million for the public transport network grant, the business plan was only approved by the Department of Transport in November 2022. No financial commitments could be made in the absence of the approved business plan and the confirmation of the funding thereof. In addition, there is disagreement between the city and the Department of Transport on the implementation approach for operations, which resulted in DOT issuing various letters notifying the city of its intention to stop payments. Where do we differ? We differ, Honorable Speaker, on the approach. We said that we want to work with the taxi industry and bus industry to implement Go Durban in the city. So that on its own, we had a lengthy negotiation period with the industry, of which the industry was also rejecting the call, and they were demanding that the buses must be owned 100% by taxi industry. And there's a position that the city also rejected, because we persuaded them that there should be at least the majority of shareholding by the municipality and the other partners to take the remaining shareholding. So with the new approach, which this council approved, the new approach where we said there are already existing bus contracts. Those bus contracts, then the taxi industry has not been participating in those bus contracts, and those bus contracts have been presided over by few family members, 5 in this city, those family members. Then therefore, we're proposing that there should be an integration of all these operators so that they come together, even the taxi industry get involved in running of the buses of this municipality. So that's where the argument has been. Now we are happy that out of 5 taxi associations in the city, 4 are fully agreeing with the approach that this council have approved. We are finalizing with the 1 remaining association to put this in motion. Construction is on the ground because we have completed stations, we have completed roads, so all what is required, even buses have been procured, all what is required, we require the operation to be put in motion. In addition, there is a disagreement between this, okay, I think I've covered this. Okay. This placed the city in an unfavorable position of not being able to commit funds in the absence of funding from DOT, since the project to be undertaken is far more than 308 million, which means for the city to commit 308 million, there must be other sources of funding confirmed. Engagements with National Department of Transport is currently ongoing. Last week, we engaged the DDG responsible for public transport, who was here at the ICC. We had a meeting to engage him to look at this matter. Grants, the NDPG Public Employment Program. Regarding the NDPG, the city has spent 387 million of the grant in full during the financial year of 2022-2023. The program is close to 5,000 beneficiaries of previously unemployed individuals who, because of COVID-19, the July civil unrest in 2021, and the floods that impacted on the eThekwini economy, would have not secured any form of employment. The municipality benefited from, amongst others, improved precinct management, enhanced service response times, and inner city regeneration. It is unfortunate that due to lack of funds nationally, we have decided to suspend the program until we find funding that can sustain it up until December. The city is engaging both internally and externally to ensure that we identify this money so that we can continue with the program at least to December, whilst we are still negotiating and also engaging and persuading the national government to continue to fund this noble program, which has changed lives of young people in the city. Program and project preparation support grant, honorable councillors, 8.9 million was not spent on the program and project preparation support grant due to delays in appointing the transactional advisors by the Government Technical Advisory Center, which was out of our control. This was mainly due to the revision of the Public Preferential Procurement Finance Act, guidelines, regulations, as advised by GDAC. The appointment was done in accordance with timeframes for rollover and we are confident that the rollover will be approved. On the process followed and current status, it is important to note that the rollover application was partially approved by National Treasury with rollover of 720.9 million rands being approved on the 19th of October 2023. The rollover of the balance of 1.164 billion was not approved. National Treasury had requested that the city makes further representations, and as a result, we have submitted additional information. And the city manager and the CFO met with National Treasury to make further representations last week. Therefore, the matter of rollovers is currently under review, and it is normal practice for National Treasury to engage with the municipality for clarification and additional information whenever it is required. The city remains fully committed to service delivery and commit to fully spending these grants. We once said this about USDG, and people said we were just claiming a status that we do not hold. So we were able to spend it 100%, and we're the only metro in the Republic of South Africa that has spent such a grant 100%. We also want to take this opportunity to update the council on two matters, namely the debt relief program and the High Court decision on the matter that was between the Westville Ratepayers Association and eThekwini Municipality. Firstly, on debt relief program, a number of customers have signed payment arrangements, and the statistics for October will be reported at the next Finance Committee meeting as we are preparing to finalize that report. There has been an overwhelming response to the debt relief program, and the city is currently using all its communication platforms to encourage people to come forward and benefit and seize this benefit. Honorable Speaker, we are pleased to report that we have one of the court case in a matter between eThekwini Municipality and Westville Ratepayers Association. The association sought to interdict the municipality from disconnecting services of customers who have joined the rate boycott. The judgment effectively means that the municipality can continue to implement its credit control sanctions in terms of its credit control and debt collection policy. It also confirms the view that Ratepayers Association cannot take the law unto themselves, onto their own hands, and withhold payment lawfully due to the city. We advised them, but they decided. We are informed that they still apply. They want to have a review on this decision. We'll also continue, but I want to give this counsel that will also defeat them in that regard. For the residents who supported this boycott, it means that they must pay and get their services reconnected with penalties, interest, and reconnection fee being charged, like any other residents of eThekwini. Through the Office of the Speaker, we continue to engage ratepayers throughout the city to listen to their concerns and seek lasting solutions to their challenges. And we are preparing to go back to them and give feedback on a number of issues which they've raised with us as a city. It is for this reason that this municipality announced the resuscitation of the debt relief program to cushion consumers who are unable to meet their monthly financial obligations due to tough economic climate. Let us continue to work together to accelerate service delivery and desist from using the plight of our people to score cheap political points. eThekwini municipality remains functional, stable, and financially viable. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is the report.
Thank you very much, Bob Mayor. Councillors, I'm now going to take hands for those of you who want to engage the report. I will note hands. I will start from Councillor Mtetwa, then called by Councillor Pili, then Councillor Kambule and Mvubu. After Kambule, it will be Councillor Mvubu. Then after Mvubu, I think it's Councillor Kwala. Councillor Kwala. Nangropa manje. Ngoba sengidlulile ngapha manje niphakamisa futhi ngidlulile. Then Councillor Kwala, then Councillor Pen after Kwala. Then after Kwala, Councillor Paisley. After Paisley, Councillor Hlengwa, I think it's Hlengwa, or is Komeni, who's that? It's Komeni. Hlengwa, yes, angiboni iport, yeah. Yeah, then it's about Hlengwa. Then after Hlengwa is Councillor Reti. After Councillor Reti is Councillor Pillay. After Pillay is Councillor Msweli. Is Msweli. Then after Msweli is Councillor Ntando. Kuzwayo. Then after Councillor Kuzwayo is Councillor Ntuli. Councillor Ntuli. After Councillor Ntuli is Councillor Madlala. Right, then after Madlala, the mayor, Councillor Kaunda. Right, those are my speakers. Let's start, Councillor Mtetwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Be mindful of your time because we're going to allocate your time allocated to your party.
Sure.
Councillor Pili, Councillor Mtetwa, sorry.
How did we get to this catastrophic crisis? The DA in the executive committee has always...
Sorry, sir, to our councillor, to interject. We had actually wanted to ask for a caucus, Speaker. We thought the DA was going to do the same as well. So that's what we wanted to ask 10 minutes caucus. Because we've seen we've seen the reports, but the one that is being presented, we think it's doctored. So that's why
How
we
many
want to have a
minutes?
caucus.
How many minutes?
10.
Granted. Thank you. We've granted time for council for the
Maphaza.
EFF to go to the caucus. Let me invite the EFF to report back to council.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. We want to take this opportunity and thank you for affording us a opportunity to sihambe sithuko ngqungqube khonini njengenhlangano ezitoyitoyi siqhathanise esikunikezwa umbimbi umeya kanye nalokhu esikunikezwe uNational Treasury ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sonke mase silapha sesi-engage le report si-engage ngokweqiniso on an informed point of view. So siyabonga kakhulu Speaker, siyabonga ngethuba osinikeze lona. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's continue with our hands, but let me mention in advance that while I'm giving you an opportunity to debate the report, maybe in the middle of the debate, we'll break for lunch. And then after lunch, we'll then continue with other hands if maybe we have not exhausted all the hands. But let's continue the debate, but
Speaker.
we will go to lunch. Mngcango, your hand is up.
Yeah, Speaker, just a point of
Order, Mandla.
is it possible, Speaker, that so that we debate, because also at the caucus after EFF asked for a caucus, is it possible to get the response that the mayor referred to that was sent to Treasurer on the letter, because it will help us to have a debate, because we need to know exactly what was the response from the municipality to Treasurer on the issue of this rollover of 1.2 billion. It will help us to enhance our debate. This is my request, Speaker. If you can have a copy attached to this. We received the report by the mayor. If they can attach also the response, it was done by the city to Treasurer. It will help us to have a proper debate. Is it possible?
Okay, now we'll check. I will check with the mayor and the city manager whether we can get that information. Then once I've got that indication, Councillor Mngcango,
Speaker.
I will then respond to your question. But let me allow Mtetwa as my first speaker in my list while I'm trying to address that matter. Mtetwa, followed by Billy.
Thank you, Chairperson.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Point of order.
I thought there was that was a proposal from Councillor Mngcango.
Yes.
So we want to support that proposal before
Okay.
we even go to a debate. I think he was
Yeah.
proposing that before we start to debate, let us get responses. That was a proposal. So we want to support the proposal from Councillor
No,
Mngcango.
Mngcango akasho ukuthi before we start the debate. Uthe uMngcango ngoba naku umasipala wenze i-response nayo lo report must be attached kwi-report vele sesinayo la. Ofuthi ngithe lokho ngizokuchecka no city manager no mayor ukuthi ngenzeka na, but not ukuthi we can't debate ngoba kukho lokho akashongo njalo uMngcango. Ingakho nami ngithi i-request kaMngcango is fair. I have to check no city manager no mayor ukuze kwenzeke lokho.
On a point of clarity,
Speaker.
Speaker.
Ufuna ukubuya futhi Mngcango?
Yeah, let me
point of
clarify,
clarity,
Speaker.
Order.
Let me clarify. I was requesting that document for us to have a proper debate, because it will help us and enhance our debate, because we've received the report by the mayor, but it says they've already responded on the rollover to Treasurer. So for us to debate, we need to have that copy. At least we can able to have a proper debate. That's what my request, Speaker. If possible, to get a copy here or not. That's all I was asking, for
Yeah.
a debate to be enhanced.
I'm not refusing what you are requesting, Mngcango. What I'm trying to further clarify is that the debate will continue while I'm talking to the city manager and mayor about your request, because for me, as a speaker, the request is fair. But the problem that I'm having is that it has been better if the request was made earlier, when we were requesting these copies to be made available to you. We would have done that, but nevertheless, is a fair request. I will discuss with the city manager and the mayor to consider that, but that should not stop the debate, because earlier the reason why we suspended the debate was only because we don't have hard copies of the report presented by the mayor. Therefore, a report or a request that is being submitted to me now can't stop the debate to continue because it was never raised earlier when we made a decision on why we suspended the debate. But we are raising a fair request. Then let's continue, Nyambo.
Speaker, on a
with
point
the-
of clarity, Speaker. On a point of clarity, Speaker.
Councillor Pili.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, while you do admit that the document is probably necessary for us to see, I think what we did not appreciate or know at that time was that the mayor was going to make mention of these documents and the developments and what has happened throughout the process. I think in any report that we get as this council, usually it is accompanied by the documents which are mentioned in it. So it would only be correct that we be finished with the full documentation of the submissions and the replies from National Treasury so that the mayor and the entire leadership can take us into confidence that really certain steps were taken to try and avoid this disaster. So I think, Speaker, from our end, we would suggest that those documentations from the city and from the National Treasury be supplied to us so that we are able to fully debate the matter with the full understanding and being taken into confidence as to what has been done. So before even proceeding, Speaker, I think you need to make either a very firm commitment to acceding to the request or that we be supplied with the documentation before we could even begin to debate the matter.
No, Councillor Pili, I got your point, but what I've said in my response, I've said Councillor Mngango is raising a fair request. I will engage the mayor and the city manager to check whether can we get copies of the response from the city while we are here. That's what I have to check with them. It means I've accepted that that response or that report is important. But where I differ, of which I want to persuade you, while the matter is important, I see your hands, while the matter is important, is that we have to suspend the debate while we are waiting the copies again. That's what I wanted to persuade you. But I can see that you are insisting that you need that report to be attached here. I thought maybe we can continue with the debate while the report is being printed, of which I don't have a problem with waiting that report to be made available to all of you. Again, it means while we are waiting the copies of the report, we are going to lose time because if I'm saying while we are waiting, let's continue with the agenda, there's also a problem with that.
Speaker.
Now, I wanted to close like that, but I can see their hands, Councillor Ndlovu, then Madlala, then Reddy, and then Kaunda.
Sorry, Honorable Speaker, if I can come early so that those who will be speaking, they'll also be talking on my response.
You are responding on the request, yeah?
Yes. In the report, we have tabled today, we indicated that we are still engaging and finalizing our own engagements with National Treasury. I don't think that it is ethical for us, whilst we are still engaging, then we distribute the engagements to the council. We are not going to be doing that because we know how professional National Treasurer is. It will also irritate them to see things on newspapers because the councillors seated here, they know exactly that as soon as we issue the engagements, they'll be publicizing them. We are going to come and brief the council on the outcomes of our engagement. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. I think the mayor has assisted us because I wanted to talk to him about that.
No, Speaker, point of order. Point of order.
There's a point of order?
Yes. You see, Speaker, that's exactly the problem that we have.
Order.
what makes the mayor thinks that he must have access to the deliberation and communication with National Treasury and all of us here can't have? What makes him think that is special? In fact, this is an insult. This is an insult. The mayor must withdraw that. Because if he has access to information, he is not an executive mayor, he's just the chairperson of the executive committee. So he must withdraw that. In the absence of the attached report, then we can't debate this.
Right.
He has just collapsed this debate. Because we're going to need those attachments now before we even engage in that debate. Thank you.
Okay.
On the point of order,
The point of order. then, point of order.
comrades. No, Speaker, a point of order inje. Sifela a response lebuya ku National Treasury for the reason ukuthi kuthathwe le mali 1.2 billion. Aswafuna ama engagement that are in progress. Sifuna ku-attachwe that letter that is already in the public domain. That's what we are talking about.
Okay, okay. I understand. Can you give me a few minutes to have a discussion with the mayor and the city manager to address the point you are raising? But before that, there was a hand. From Councillor.
Yeah.
It was Councillor Nkomeni, then it was Ndlovu, then Madlala. Before I request a few minutes to engage with the mayor on the request. In that order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to remind the House that we have agreed.
Order, councillors. Councillor Komeni is on the floor.
We had agreed yesterday that the council that is to stand today, it has to take the latest up until 5:30 this evening. We are now a few minutes away from 2 o'clock. So whatever we do, we must know that at 5:30 we need to adjourn. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ndlovu.
Thank you, Speaker. For the issues of fairness, openness as well, and transparency in this municipality, I don't think it could be a problem if those documents are attached. That's the only thing we're asking for. So you need to attach those things so that we can debate kahle sazi ukuthi umayor no city manager ba responde bathini on our behalf, because now the way they are behaving, it is as if they are doing us a courtesy to tell us, to take us into confidence ukuthi on our behalf bathini, and that is unacceptable. So Speaker, all what we are asking you to do, as we're not here as if we have been done a favor to be here. We are representing our own people outside.
Okay.
Please, when you are ruling, we are asking for those reports to be attached so that when we debate, we know what we are debating on. And we have made our submissions, Speaker. We are still standing on those things. And we don't mind, even if this council, you think that we are disrupting it, we are not. We are holding people accountable. Don't make us run away from accountability. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mwango.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm not sure if the mayor, before he took a podium, he did read his speech. It doesn't say engaging. It says we have submitted additional information, and the city manager and the CFO met with National Treasurer to make further presentations last week. So it's already done. No engagement yet are carried in process. It's done. Now, all we are asking is that submission that has been submitted to Treasurer, it will help us to understand, in line with what Treasurer have sent to the city, which the mayor already was disputing as a version, which some political party is raising it. So that is why the EFF is demanding that letter from Treasurer, because the mayor is saying there's no such. It's just fabricated. So now the issue here is the submission being made by the city already submitted. All we are asking is, let's see that submission so that you can also line it with what Treasurer have raised and then what the city is saying. As councillors, we have a responsibility to hold the leadership of the city accountable. That's our responsibility. But if need be, if there's any concern about information leaked to the media, this council decide to be in committee. We can do that. But all we need, that information councillors, we must have access to that information so that we can have a proper debate. We can't debate on one version by the mayor. We need proper information for us to have an effective debate in this house. That's my request.
Thank you. Madlala.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu, Honorable Speaker. Mhlawumbe uqala nje Speaker that we must acknowledge is the fact that coming to this meeting had its own agenda, and this item we are debating was part of that agenda. Then later on it became apparent that there needs to be, that particular item needs to be circulated. We wasted a bit of time in circulating that report. Now an additional report is being asked for. There are two versions of what is being asked for. One councillor said they are asking for a letter from the National Treasury, the original letter that speaks to the supposed withdrawal of the funding. The other councillor seemed to be saying they are looking for a response to that supposed letter. So until we are sure which letter we are looking for or which report we are looking for, no, ngiyanicela bantu ukuthi ningayenzi
Order,
kade
order.
nizisho into
Order, Madlala.
engayithandi
Madlala.
sisithule.
Councillor Madlala, order.
Yes. So
Order, Madlala. Order, Madlala. Councillors, please. When the speaker is on the floor, please respect him. Not disruption, because Madlala has been recognized, is on the floor. Let's allow him to conclude his point. Apologies, proceed.
Yeah, so I'm assessing the meeting here in saying we need to be clear which report, because clearly we are going to also waste some more time of council printing a wrong report. So we need to be clear on which one. Are we looking for the letter that National Treasury wrote to us, supposedly, or we are looking for the responses that the city manager and team had written to National Treasury about clarifying certain things? That needs to be clear before we move forward as this meeting. Secondly, what we want to say as the ANC is that we are going to need legal opinion if what the council is looking for is the communication between the city manager and National Treasury, because the manner in which we run council, that is why we have EXCO. EXCO receives the reports from the officials led by the city manager and process those reports and have them ready for consumption of council, because council is an open meeting. It is clear, you can just deny it if you want to be expedient, that not everything that is communication of council can be open to an open meeting. For simple reasons. No, it's not hiding anything. For simple reason, some issues will open you up for litigation. Some issues involve issues of competition in terms of the law. Other issues will involve some legislation of that. That is why there's EXCO that processes those decisions, and then they come here. And the determination is made on whether that becomes a subject of an open a meeting or they become subject of an in-committee meeting. Those decisions are made at executive committee and then they come here. Now that we are here, we are all seated here, we are in public and we are asking for reports, legal needs to then advise us, because we don't want to open council up for litigation and all of those things. Secondly, you need to be prudent when we are doing your business. We are dealing with the national government that is responsible for some of our funds. You don't want to wrap them up in the wrong way through publishing internal information that because the manner in which they'll speak when they are speaking privately
Public
and the
protector.
manner in which they'll speak in terms of your public documentation is not the same. If you don't understand that, you really don't need to be here as a governor because you're governing a seat and you need to, those are nuances of governing. Lastly, if we are clear about the report that we are looking for, we'll suggest, Speaker, that while that report is being prepared by the officials, we go back to the agenda and we continue so that we save time. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you.
Order, Speaker, order.
The understanding that I have, order. Let me respond to your comments. Let me respond. Order. The understanding that I have, order.
Semoshwana ngapha speaker siyacela. Bathi ukwehlisa kancane sekubanda kakhulu.
Point of order, Speaker.
I'm about to respond to all the points you've raised. Because they are ready, point of order.
Speaker, this has to be a point of clarity because it seems that we are all talking of a report that there's one group in this House don't know exists. And here it is a report or a letter by National Treasury with the reference ETH/5. Which is being widely circulated. Everybody has it, and what the mayor has presented is directly in conflict with this. That's point one. Point two, Speaker.
But not a point of order. We are now debating because we are ready.
Not a debate. Clarity. We cannot take this information and hide it from councillors. Why are we saying that certain things are only for certain people? Even Treasury, when they engage with the municipality, it's open information. Why can't we make that letter available and table it before this council?
Councillor Reddy and all councillors, I have not yet made any decision on the matter. I have allowed you as councillors to engage on the matter. The mayor was debating like all of you. What I've said to you is that I understand your request. I will discuss with the CFO, the mayor, and the city manager to look at the possibilities of availing those reports. The understanding that I have, Councillor Madlala, there are two requests. Councillor Mwango is requesting that we provide a response that we have prepared to National Treasury after we receive the letter is a response from the city. That's Councillor Mwango. Councillor Mia is further saying, Speaker, we request the first letter that we received from National Treasury, the letter that is circulating in the social media, to be made available to council. Those are two requests that I'm saying. For me to make a ruling, a decision on the matter, I need to consult the CFO, the city manager, the mayor, and legal. Then come to council and guide council properly. Sitting here now, I can't just decide whether to accept or to agree with the request without me getting those facts before I make a decision. I therefore request council to give me few minutes to do that consultation. I will then come back to council and guide accordingly. Thank you.
Break for lunch, Speaker.
Point of order, Speaker. Point of order, Speaker. 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 But he can't be consulting the mayor. That's wrong. The mayor is a councillor like all of us.
Speaker.
Speaker.
Speaker, the mayor can't be part of that discussion.
What is special? You are not a mayor. Sit down.
Speaker. Councillors, thank you very much for allowing me to do that consultation. Please settle down. We are continuing with our meeting. As per the request that I received from council, I've consulted. As I've said, I will now allow legal to address us on the subject matter. Then after that, the speaker will guide the meeting accordingly. Let me allow legal to speak on the matter that is under discussion. Legal.
Thank you, Babu Speaker. Good afternoon, members of the council. The question is about communication documents that have been sent by National Treasury, as well as a response of the municipality. For starters, there are procedures on how to request information. There's a separate process for the members of the public. There's a separate process for the councillors. The process for the councillors is provided for in a Rule of Order 27. And the information that is being sought is an information that is seized with the administration, not councillors, a response to National Treasury. It is not advisable to, let alone that the request is unprocedural. Even if it was procedural, it refers to a matter that is still under communication between the city and the National Treasury. Doing so would compromise the interests of the municipality in such negotiations. So if there are any questions that arise out of the mayor's report, councillors should follow Rule 27 and put those questions in writing to the office of the Speaker. That's how the rules provide. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillors, after, as I've indicated,
Am I recognized?
After the request was submitted to me, as I've said that I've consulted, then as per the guidance from legal, I therefore ruled that the information that has been requested by Councillor Mwango, that information can be accessible following our rules as cited Rule 27 on how councillors can access information. The rule is clear that it's not procedural for that information to be requested or to be demanded to be presented to council, but you can get the information, Councillor Mwango, you want to get as per the rules. Same thing with the request by Councillor Mia, but the important point raised by legal is that engagement or discussions are not yet concluded. To release that information to councillors, besides that is unprocedural, but it might also affect engagement with National Treasury. I was also reminded in my consultation with the team of an incident that happened in the very same council where National Department of Human Settlement wrote a letter to us about USDG grant. That letter was found in the public. The National Human Settlement Minister, in our first meeting with her, she raised a concern to say, I only communicated with you about this letter, but now the letter has been found in the public in social media platforms. We were accused for that. Therefore, based on the guidance that I've received after my consultation, I therefore rule that the information requested won't be presented to council, but it can be accessed through Rule 27. I rule. Thank you. Let's take hands, Nyambose, you're number one.
Thank you, Speaker. By the way, let me start by saying what you've just said at the closing of your remarks here. If the letter you are talking about was presented here in the municipal council, these meetings are open to the public. So there's no secrecy around what we discuss here unless otherwise stated. That's number one. The other thing, we've just been presented here with what was supposed to be a legal opinion, which is why we questioned why the mayor as a politician joined that consultation. He already had a position on how he viewed the request from councillors. So he went there and influenced what is supposed to be an independent.
Order, Honorable Speaker.
Order.
Honorable Speaker, you have made your ruling on the matter, and Councillor Mteto seemed to be
I'm now debating.
seem to be challenging your ruling.
It's not
and
as-
there are procedures to challenge your ruling. So it can't be done here. So I think it's very clear that he is not the speaker, he's a councillor. who must debate.
Councillors, order, councillors. According to my list, Councillor Mteto was number one to debate the report by the mayor. But what he's doing now is using that time to smuggle something that I've already made a ruling in terms of the request from the letters. I therefore request councillors that because we have already ruled on the matter, let's continue with the list of speakers to debate. Nyambose?
Speaker, order.
Sorry,
Speaker.
Point of order. Ncango.
Sorry, Speaker.
Speaker, just
Let's
my
take the point
order.
of order.
Speaker, I'm reading Rule 27.
Right.
When I read Rule 27, it talks about questions on municipal performance. It doesn't talk about request of reports. Can legal refer me to a specific clause that talks about it comes? Because this clause talks about questions on performance. I'm not questioning the performance here. I'm asking the report to be attached. Can you be specific? Which rule are you reading, legal? Please. Please.
I will, thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. Order. What I don't want us to do, I don't want to play cycles here. Because the matter has been responded to, I've already responded.
But no, it's a misleading.
I've already clarified the matter.
On the point of order.
Therefore,
On the point of order.
order.
It's a misleading
On the
opinion.
point of order.
It's a misleading opinion.
No.
It's a misleading opinion. It's a misleading opinion.
No,
I will allow let me finish.
Honorable Speaker,
No.
I thought I'm on the floor.
No. Let me finish. I will allow legal to further clarify
Yes.
the point raised by Councillor Mngwango. But what I'm trying to convey to you, so that you are procedural, then councillors, let's listen to legal further clarifying the point or the guidance they're giving us. Legal.
Yini ningavele nicimo ugesi njengaseMoses Mabhidi?
Kahle vukani.
Uyazi ukuthi Councillor Ndlovu,
Point of order, Speaker.
uyazi into engcono la yini ukuthi if uze la emeetingini vele ufuna ukuthi ungifake esilingweni sokuthi ngize ngixoxe emeetingini zihambele. Ngoba mina ngithi Ndlovu Khambule,
Personal Speaker.
Khambule, angithi mina Khambule, order, Khambule.
Now you are being misled.
Angithi mina ngiyayibona itrap nina nifuna ukushiya umhlangano.
Kanjani?
Kodwa manje nifuna ukushiswa yimina.
Sizosebenza.
Uyakwenza la,
Ngoba your
Speaker.
behavior from in the morning, you don't want to see this meeting proceeding. But you don't want to be bold enough to leave the meeting. Now you want me to decide to evict you so that you go outside and celebrate. I suggest that you leave the meeting if you want to be part of the meeting. You must voluntarily leave the meeting.
On the point of
I suggest you leave the meeting.
on the point of order.
Umane ngayifuni meeting zihambeleni. Nelungelo.
On what basis?
What have we done?
Legal.
Of order, Speaker.
Baxoshe wena somlomo.
Thank you, Speaker.
Order.
Thank you, Speaker. If you look at Rule 27,
Order.
it talks, sub-rule 1, it says, any councillor may submit a question concerning any matter related to the effective performance or administration of the municipality's functions. Now we're talking about administration here. You move further to sub-rule 3. Sub-rule 3 makes mention of how information could be solicited by a member of the public. But if you move to sub-rule 4, now it makes a provision for councillors, how they could source information which is directed to the city manager's office. This is the information that is being requested in this meeting. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Legal. Let's continue.
On the point of order, Speaker.
Point of order before.
Order, Speaker.
Point of order, Mayor.
The point of order is
Order, councillors, order.
we're supposed to get a legal opinion, but it's very illegal. We are not seeking questions here. We want the reports that are there. We want the reports, progress reports that is upheld by the mayor, so that we'll be able to debate properly. So we're not looking for questions. We
Yeah,
know
no.
if you want to have a question, there's an Access to Information Act. We know there's also POPI Act. We understand those things, so we cannot be misled legally here.
Yeah, but Mayor, I think even if you feel so, accept that I've already made a decision that that report won't be provided here. Whoever need that information must follow the rules, because the rule says if the information is administratively, not the question, the information you are requesting is an information that's being managed administratively by the city manager, the CFO, and the national treasurer. Therefore, the rules are in order in guiding us on how to deal with matter. Therefore, I've already made a decision that that information won't be availed in this meeting. Nwango?
Yeah, Speaker. Speaker, I think, first of all, we must agree there's a difference between a question and a request. Two things. That's English. 27, subsection 3, says a question to solicit information, a question, including information. There's no question here. We're just requesting a report. There's no question. Let's agree first. So we can't then say as if there's a question which then require an attachment of information. This clause works when you ask a question, but your question needs further information. So there's no question here. So I'm not sure if legal understand this clause properly.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Mwango. The debate about the understanding and the interpretation of rules, your version is not the day for that today.
Why,
But what I'm saying to you is that I've already made a decision that the information won't be available today. Whoever needs that information can request it following the process that is outlined. Mthethwa, you are the first speaker.
Thank you, Chair.
Sabuyisela lo mathomlungu futhi.
Proceed, Nyambosa. Order, order.
Sorry, Speaker. Speaker, point of order.
Sorry.
Point of order.
Speaker, my hand's been up for like 5 minutes and you keep on looking over me. I mean, like, other people can talk here and some parties are not allowed to speak. Just to bring it onto the House's attention that we stay legal here, I just want to read to you subsection 32 of the Constitution. Access to information. Everyone has the right to access to any information held by the state and any information that is held by another person and that is required for the exercise or protection of any rights. This is national legislation. I want to point out
Councillor,
that the Constitution
Councillor, before you finish your
overrides
point,
Rule
before you finish your
27.
point of order, you know that you are point of order because that debate has been closed. Mthethwa?
Can my time be returned to 8 minutes because I haven't spoken?
Order, order. Lokumemeza ngempela insethapi ngempela.
Angbas,
Nyambosa.
I haven't spoken. My time is already.
Kubeka udebate baba. Asiyekeli ukumemezana.
Akakhulume nalo sibanga.
Chairperson, we are where we are now. Let me start here. With every council meeting, you have the order of procedure. And always, there is item 14 and item 15. That is the report of the mayor in terms of the MFMA and the report of the city
Please speak
manager.
closer to your mic so that you can.
And the report of the city manager. So, item 14 is the report of the mayor in terms of MFMA and the report of the city manager is item 15, always in this council. Have we ever received those reports? We have never. Now we are facing a crisis here where the city is losing these grants because no one, these are two people responsible for the political leadership and administrative leadership of the municipality. None of them have come here to account to this municipal council. You know why? They have got this overinflated sense of entitlement. They think that they are bigger than this institution. The two of them. If we lose these grants, they must also go and follow the grants. That includes the chairperson of Human Settlement and Infrastructure, because much of this
You are ruining your debates.
because much of the grants that we are losing are infrastructure related. He is the presiding officer of that cluster at the political level. Now, let's start here. In the executive committee and in this council, for years, the DA has argued that the mayor seems to behave as if he was the executive mayor. The mayor is not the executive mayor. Now, why is he not accounting to this council in terms of the MFMA? Because he thinks it's bigger than this council. The mayor is nothing, he's merely the chairperson of the executive committee. So he must take full responsibility for this crisis at a political level and leave us in peace. He came here as a savior in 2019, but has proven to be the biggest liability that city has ever faced. The city manager, because the mayor has never reported to the executive committee where we are in terms of expense. In fact, he's on record misleading the executive committee and this council in terms of the expenditure on grants. The city manager has also never reported to us here in the executive committee and in the council as to what challenges we faced in terms of grant expenditure. We were told that we are in line to spend all the grants that we received. The 1.5 billion, we were told that there's no need to apply for the carryover Now we are told that COGTA somehow misled people. So apparently COGTA and National Treasury are not speaking to each other. We're not interested in those excuses. We're interested in the city manager and the mayor accounting to this council. And so far, they've let down the people of eThekwini. They've displayed how much they hate the
Speaker,
poorest
there's a
of the
point of
poor in
order this
eThekwini.
side.
We are sitting here, we've got sewage running down our streets. That has been there for months. We are losing grants to fix infrastructure.
Speaker.
Has the
Speaker.
chairperson of,
Point of clarity. Point of clarity.
you will get that clarity at home. We're working here.
Councillor Ngomalo. Order. Ngomalo.
Speaker, a point of clarity kumthetho ngifuna ukuze igama elithi umuntu uyi nothing ukuthi lisho ukuthini umeya
Councillor, order, Councillor Mthethwa, proceed. Let's listen to Councillor Mthethwa, councillors.
Because my colleagues are going to be contributing, let me conclude by saying the mayor has not reported to this council and executive committee. The city manager has not reported to this executive committee and the council. The chairperson of infrastructure, being Councillor Vubu of the EFF, has not reported the challenges in that cluster. They must all go. The rest will be covered by my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pili.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I want to just start by reminding
order,
this
Speaker.
council.
A point of order, Speaker.
Point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as we sit in this council, we are members of council and we are councillors. The Speaker, can he rule on when a member of this council is called nothing? Because that does not describe a member of this council as a member of council. And that must be ruled, Speaker. Can we rule on that?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, for that. That was said by Councillor Mthethwa when he referred to the mayor as a nothing. In terms of our code of conduct, our rules, and that language is not acceptable, I will ask Councillor Mthethwa to withdraw. Order.
For the sake of progress, let me say,
order.
The mayor has not been the savior that he was portrayed to be, but has been a liability. Thank you.
Thank you, Pili.
Speaker, I want to begin
Point
by...
of order, Speaker.
Point of order, Speaker.
Order.
Point of order, Speaker.
Order.
Yes.
Speaker.
Tuli, Councillor Tuli.
Yes, Speaker. Councillor Mthethwa is not withdrawing. In fact, is saying something differently on what he have said. He need to openly say is withdrawing what he have said to the mayor. Other than that, he must be taken to ethics.
That you can. Can you assist us to withdraw, my brother?
For the sake of progress, I withdraw nothing.
Thank you.
I reinstate liability.
Thank you, Billy.
Something.
No, Speaker, umuntu uyaphazamiseka man.
Bengicela ukuthi councillors ke sibe ne-order ukuthi debate ihambe kahle.
Point of order,
Asibavumele ba-debate, Billy.
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order.
Speaker, may I persuade Councillor Mthethwa to respect this house? You can't say you withdraw nothing and replace it with liability. That is an insensitive and undermining of members of council. We want to advise.
Thank you.
I want to advise Councillor Mthethwa that we can speak a better English than yourself.
Order. Councillor Mthethwa has withdrawn that statement. Billy.
Nazoke. Hey, Speaker, kuthanda ukuba nzima. But ngifuna nje ukuqala Speaker ngokukhumbuza le council about underspending which subsequently led to ukuthathwa kwemali engango-100 million sometimes this year by National Treasury. Imali iyayikade kufanele ukuthi ibhekelele ikakhulukazi ekuthiwa i-urban land for informal settlement eradication. for the purposes of dealing with informals in the city. Now, in the same year, we are getting this information that further 1.9 billion has been taken as a result of our failures and underspending. Now, I think what we're expecting from the mayor, which explains why a full report is not being presented to this council, is to really understand what is the problem and what are the challenges which are leading to the city, which he and others are overseeing, for them to fail to utilize these funds, much needed funds, as my colleague has said. We've got sewer running down the streets and the beaches and what have you. We're expecting to get like a full detailed report, because the reality is that all of these failures, they emanate from a lack of leadership in the city, they emanate from a lack of leadership in the administration of the city, and they emanate from the hijacking of the SCM unit, which has been completely compromised and hijacked by wrongdoers and hijacked by people who are wanting bribes and who are wanting to frustrate processes for their own selfish reasons. Now, the city should have given us some sort of indication as to what exactly is being done of that, instead of the mayor coming and telling us about the Westville ratepayers. That is extremely concerning, that is what he thinks is what this council is to listen to, bragging about beating Westville players who are really concerned citizens about the state of the city. I think this is definitely not the report that we're expecting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll speak fast. The core of the problem is the failures of the SCM unit, as Councillor Billy has highlighted. We've tried to bring this to the Mayor's attention at Finance Committee meetings. We've asked for details of the capacitation of the unit. Nothing is forthcoming. We got an undertaking for the CFO.
Time, Speaker.
Councillor Penn, unfortunately, your time is up. Councillor Kambule. Councillor Kambule.
It's Councillor Mayor, Speaker, was
Okay,
raising
Councillor Mayor.
the hands. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. So our submission around this report, we are very much disturbed that the Honorable Mayor has just misled this House as well as misled the public at large. Because what he's saying vis-a-vis the report that is in the public domain is quite contradicting. He has, if I may quote him quite correctly, I quote, "We want to state categorically clear that the municipality has neither failed to spend 1.9 billion of conditional grant allocated to repair infrastructure nor forfeited monies to National Treasurer." I think this statement is misleading, because when you compare what he has just said to us and to the members of the public, there are reasons here that are stated in the letter that is in the public domain, which are completely different from what he has given to us. So we wonder how this mayor can be trusted. If I may read, I will only read two of them, just to save time. One of the reasons is that insufficient documents to support the request, no appointment letters and progress reports from heads of department in front of the city manager, who is an accounting officer of this institution. The city is advised to kindly use the correct grant names in line with the DORA and not use words such as PEP when requesting for NDPG as the focus area or project and not conditional grant. This thing is straightforward if you understand English. So what we have heard is quite misleading. He's been talking about austerity measures, something that is not in the report of the National Treasurer. I'll just leave it there, then my chair will take over. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mvubu.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. The Councillor Mayor has spoken on facts vis-a-vis the report that was doctored and presented by the Mayor which is in direct opposite of what National Treasury has said. But the biggest problem that we have in this municipality is the super powerful administrators. They have actually declared a coup in these municipalities because you get reports that get to be seated in their offices. If they are not going to be offered anything, those reports are going to be sitting there forever, not signed. This is the problem that we have. And there's the EFF who wants to warn everyone, if you are in the pockets of these administrators, that they cannot control the EFF. We are not going to be controlled by any administrator here. And the problem again that we're starting to pick up is this: these administrators have tend to be super powerful, and they are the ones that are directing councillors what to do, and it's not going to happen with the EFF. Thank you.
Councillor Kwala?
Enough is enough.
Asbonga Somlo. Maybe we can't deny the fact that the poor planning has led us down. And as IFP, we are happy because it's the EFF for raising this strongly. Because they've been supporting the ANC or when the
Point of
mayor
order,
was-
Speaker. Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order, Councillor Kambule?
Can the Speaker focus on the debate and not mentioning EFF? And also, as other councillors has alluded, that this city manager seated there has not signed or submitted proper document. He must just go and do proper work. Thank you.
Point of order, Speaker. Let's do this, councillors.
We can't have
In a-
this
in a-
city
in
manager
a-
seated here,
in a-
Speaker.
order.
We can't.
Order.
We've seen the reports. We
Order.
can't allow the city manager to sit
Let's
here.
allow
He
Kwala
must just go.
to, let's allow Kwala to debate like all of you. But in council, there's nothing wrong to mention a name of a political party. If in mentioning that name there's no insult.
No,
if there's no insult, there's nothing wrong. Kwala?
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order?
Speaker, sithi as EFF, sicela iphume indoda egunde kahle namhlanje.
Councillor Kwala?
Point of order, Speaker. Sicela usilalele.
Councillor
Indoda
Kwala?
egunde kahle ayiphume.
Councillor Kwala, qhubeka.
Besathi ke Somlomo siyafisa ukuthi si support EFF noma mhlawumbe ingathandi ke ukuthi si support IFP, but what they are raising it's a fact asikwazi ukukhuluma ngama project ukuthi sifikelwe imali ama grant but siyahluleka ukuwa utilize. It's simply a poor planning by our officials, and asikwazi ukucover up leyo nto as umayor did, because the report is covering, but 1.9 billion is gone, and national treasure hayi ukuthi lento ithatha from nowhere, it because of izinto ayithola la kwi metro. So I think we've been sugarcoating this because ngisho ki Red Nation nobe ngathanda ukuthi ngimention, but is supporting the ANC ukuqhuba izinto ezirong. Sihleze sikhuluma indaba yelokhuzana consequence management. Njoba silanje basekhuluma city manager fanele aqhele kushi Red Nation. It because consequence management we always said ifanele ibe khona implement. But ke siyafisa ukuthi sizwile, but mayor we are not convinced as the IFP ukuthi action poor planning le. It's a poor planning. We need to agree that, then move on. Kodwa makusenzoba an arrogance ukuthi someone is bigger than anyone. There is no such. Ngicabanga ukuthi sebekhulumile ke Red Nation. Siyabonga.
Thank you. Councillor Paisley, after you, we are going to break for lunch. Councillor Paisley?
Yeah, so firstly, Action SA is concerned about the lack of transparency in this matter. There's been too much secrecy about it. Secondly, the mayor is misleading as he refers to austerity measures. Not once is austerity measures mentioned in the National Treasury's letter. Maybe he can point it out to me where it refers to austerity. It rather refers to incompetence. The letter is quite specific. 1.2 billion has been rejected, and the municipality must do an adjusted budget. There's no grey areas here. Bye-bye 1.2 billion. Bye-bye, Mr. Mayor. Today, the residents and businesses of eThekwini are 1.2 billion poorer. This is unacceptable, and as Action SA, we demand accountability and we demand heads must roll. And if the mayor is involved in this, his head must roll too. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Let's take a break for lunch. Then we are going to take 30 minutes lunch break. Then we are back in 30 minutes time. Thank
When
you.
we come back, there's not going to be there.
Be ready.
Ngesikhathi ukuthi sesispende 4 hours la nge-debate very unnecessary. And I'm saying this because I think it is premature for this council to have been discussing the item at this particular juncture. You see, Honorable Speaker, in his report, in his State of the City address on the 26th of April this year, the mayor said, and I quote, "Honorable Speaker, we are pleased to report that of the 1.5 billion flood relief grant, 1.2 billion has been allocated to repair roads, bridges, and stormwater systems. We are confident that by the end of this year, all our access roads will be transversable." Wabese listaga ama projects ayekhona ngalo sikhathi. And Speaker, every other week umayor usuke busy eyovula ama projects asuke seqediwe. So ukhona umsebenzi owenzakala egroundini. I think ngempela it is unfair ukuthi ngabe singaze sispend 4 hours siphikisana ngalento. Empeleni ke siyayibonga i-explanation babumeyo sinikeze yona kwi-report yakhe MFMA yokuthi kunomsebenzi eniwenzayo uqinisekisa ukuthi National Treasury noma uneyinkinga seyimali kodwa asisali sidengwane nama-project bese siwaqalile okubuyisela i-normalcy, because for us as abantu baseThekwini we need to our people to return to normalcy, bekwazi ukuhamba imgoqo nade bahamba kuyona, bekwazi ukuhamba amabhithi nade bahamba kuwona, impilo ibuyele esimeni esijwayelekile. So siyabonga ukuthi ke zikhona ingxoxo ezenziwa ne-National Treasury, and lezo ngxoxo lezo zibuya futhi zizokhombisa ukuthi kunomehluko omangalisayo. Angazi kwenzeka kanjani ukuthi oza kwethu be-overlooke into ethi u-700 million wale mali lena is being rolled over. So kusho ukuthi kunenqubekela phambili kuloko. Angikuzwa bekukhuluma. Ngicabanga ukuthi abantu nje kuphela abangadideka la i-DA ngoba isadakwe induku yase-Ward 9 kodwa abanye angazi batidwa yini. Speaker, ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kuzwayo. Councillor Ntuli. Thank you, Councillor Madlala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think we can all agree that accountability, openness, and transparency is what this council must strive on. But we need to be careful that we don't play to sensation. The only report about the matter that was supposed to be discussed in this council was the MFMA report by the mayor, not some leaked letter that we have not received as a report of this council, not some media speculation and media headlines that have been generated by political parties, but a report that is coming to us like many other reports. Because we've been interested in other matters that are flying out there, but as the council, we've always warned ourselves that we need to process matters that are coming in through reports. And the extension of the other reports that were needed by this council today, I think we wasted a lot of time and we created a situation where the people out there think that there's something that is being hidden or someone is trying to hide something. But the fact of the matter is that the only report that is in front of us today is the report that was delivered by the mayor, and we have no reason to doubt that that report is factual until there is another report or another information that contradicts that. Otherwise, we'll be just casting aspersions on those things. The second issue that I wanted to raise, building on what Councillor Kuzwayo was saying about the grant itself, there was an issue which was raised in that report by the mayor, which said that the issue of the public employment program grant was unfortunately housed in the NDPG, which is an infrastructure grant per se. Now, the reporting protocols of the grant were not recalibrated to accommodate the reporting for the public employment program. Now, as a result, you find that they have a reporting template that when you're trying to report as a city, there's a disjuncture, there's a disconnect. And they wrote back to say, your reporting is strange. We want the report in this particular format, as per the report by the mayor. And you have to write back to them to say, if you've allocated so much for public employment, you cannot then want to use the old protocols for the infrastructure to report, because your intention, the objectives is employment. Your outcomes are the number of people employed. So that is how you must, but they fail to recalibrate the reporting format to accommodate that. And that is an administrative matter that does not need to be politicized. So I hope it gets resolved soon and the money comes back and we are able to move forward, because we have not done anything wrong. We have employed people. There's proof that we have employed people, and if you can prove that, then they need to sort out their reporting format
Sorry,
to
Speaker.
take care of that.
Sorry,
lastly,
Speaker. Point
Yes.
of order.
Point of order.
Yes. No, thanks, Speaker. You see, Councillor Madlala, he seemed to be in a position of privilege of the same information that we're requesting here. So we can't debate from our side because we don't have that information. Now he seems to be privileged. He has that information, all the details. But we asked for that information, then you ruled against that. But now when he's debating, he's enjoying the privilege of having that information at hand.
Okay. But your point of order is overruled. Is overruled because Madlala is on the floor discussing. He have never referred to any information except the report presented to council. Let's allow Councillor Madlala to
No,
proceed.
no.
Madlala. No. I've ruled on the matter. Madlala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me proceed. If it is true that the Honorable Mayor, as the DA was positing, that the Honorable Mayor is a mere chairperson of the Executive Committee and nothing else, then why, when things fall apart, should we go to the media and say the Mayor must fall when he's just a mere chairperson of the Executive Committee? Why are we not then calling for the Executive Committee to fall? Because you cannot ask for one thing. You cannot make a declaration on one side that the Mayor has no powers, is nothing, but on the other hand, you want to hold him accountable for the failures of something that he does not control. So we need to... We need to make up our mind what we want to do. The truth of the matter is that the executive authority in this municipality lies with council. And therefore, if there are things that are wrong, council must then account. Council must hold people to account as it has been doing, maybe not adequately, because sometimes political opportunism gets in the way and all of that. But we need to then hone our skills to hold those who are responsible to account as council, so that we can take responsibility for those things. Lastly, let me thank the Mayor for this report. I hope that in the next meeting, we'll then get further reports that give us an update on what has happened and how we have gotten out of this situation. Because for me, I think there's an element of misunderstanding between us and National Treasury. There are technical issues that needs to be sorted out. I so hope that they remember that we are the only city that has been devastated by the triple crisis of the floods, of the July unrest, plus what has affected other people, which is COVID-19. And therefore we need this money, and there's proof that we've been using this money, and we are going to be able to use this money. Siyabonga, Speaker.
Thank you very much. His Worship the Mayor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Firstly, if members can make a reference to the State of the City address which I presented on the 26th of April in this facility. I've called for unit of purpose. And I deliberately made that call because political parties, they believe that for you to rubbish every work that the city is doing, you are gaining political scores by so doing. I do not think that that is what we want to achieve as a city and the leadership of this city. Yes, being an opposition party, you must oppose everything, but where we have done well, we must say, yeah, the credit is due here, you have done well. So we are not here to fight, but we are here to clarify matters. Since I've presented the report, which is then dealing with the lies that have been told publicly that 1.9 billion have been withdrawn from the city. Those were the lies. So I'm here as your mayor to clarify those lies, that they are not a true reflection of what is happening in the city. And whoever who want to claim that we have lost 1.2 billion must quantify that. How we have lost that money. How we have lost 1.9 billion. It's because I've given a report which accounts
Speaker,
on the
on a
amounts.
point of order.
Point of order.
On a point of order.
Point of order. Cousin Mvungu.
Yes, but
Order.
we can't be misled here. We never spoke about 1.9 billion. We spoke about 1.2 and it's quantified. We can break it down. So the mayor can't speak about things that he didn't speak about. So we spoke about 1.2. We can break it down. Thanks.
No. I was not even referring to the EFF, Councillor Mvubu. I was referring to other partners that are seated next to you.
Councillor Kaunda, Mayor, please address the speaker.
Yes.
Not Councillor Mvungu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was making a reference to what has been spread out there in the public discourse. So we know what EFF have raised and we've responded adequately to those figures that it is not true, that is 1.2 billion. So the issue in relation to the call I've made, Honorable Speaker, was relating to how we as politicians, we need to play effective oversight role. And that oversight role is not only expected from the mayor, because all members of ESCO, as Councillor Madlala has put it correctly, we are full-time as ESCO members. So therefore we need to play that role. So coming here to say that the mayor has failed, so you must also include yourself, Councillor Mtetwa, since that means you are, you are part of those who are not making any value
Point of order.
to the contribution.
Point of order. Point of order, Councillor Kaveda.
Speaker, the mayor must not mislead this house and people that are listening in on Facebook. You know very well how the voting system works in EXCO. You know very well that there's never been unanimous decisions. And we've cautioned you about all of the mistakes you've been making and you don't listen. So if anyone's to be held accountable, it's you and your coalition.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Point of order, Retty.
Mr. Speaker, this house is being misled. Councillor Tabani there from the DA, and I agreed with him when he stated that this is an executive mayoral council. The mayor is nothing, he said, and that the mayor is not an executive mayor. Yes. So it now stands to reason that the entire executive committee must take responsibility for this mess, and they should all resign. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Kaunda, the mayor, please proceed.
Point of order, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Point of order, Councillor.
Can I proceed?
Point of order,
No,
Councillor.
let's proceed. There's a point of
Mtetwa.
order.
Then I will come to Mwango.
Now that we've entered the terrain of asking North House to be misled, there are two issues I raised. The first issue was the report of the mayor in terms of the MFMA, which he has failed to do. Number two, I raised the issue of the mayor being
Ubani lo lo ekhuluma ngala? Ubani lo le ekhuluma ngala? Ubani lo lokuthi i-order le ephindaphinde order, ubani lo ekhuluma ngala?
Ntando Khuzwayo.
Fakazi.
Ngoba njengamanje lo muntu angamboni. Akabonge nje angimboni.
No, Ntando.
But please, can you stop what you are doing? You are being destructive. You are being destructive. Councillor Mtetwa.
I'm concluding.
Now I'm going to ask Mtetwa ukuthi lo show ayona point of order.
It is.
Kahle,
The second matter I raised was the mayor being the chairperson of the finance
Councillor
committee
Mtetwa,
and his
Councillor Mtetwa,
reporting. He
Councillor
has
Mtetwa.
failed to report. I
Councillor
stand
Mtetwa.
by what I said.
Councillor
He
Mtetwa.
must resign.
Councillor Mtetwa. Akufanele ukuthi unikwe ithuba lokudebate ungaphazanyiswa. Ushiye amaphuzu athize ufuna uku-addressa ino debate. Then you smartly your point through a point of order that is out of order. Don't do that. Mwango?
No, thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, there are a lot of point of orders which might end up misleading the public who follow this meeting. And I think for clarity, one understand the issue of collective decisions. However, can the mayor be on record whether ESCO was furnished with the reports that came from Treasurer, and the response is so you can hold the entire executive accountable, because it's unfair to say you hold them accountable if they don't have information. Because the mayor produced this report on his own. We're not sure whether ESCO members have been furnished with proper documentation for them to hold them to account. So collective decision and collective accountability comes when we've got information. Can we get clarity for the public who's following this debate? Because we can end up blaming our ESCO members for not doing what they're supposed to be doing, whereas there was no information given to them. Can we get clarity if they received all documentation coming from Treasurer and the responses from the city, which led to the mayor producing this report? Then we can hold all of them accountable on that basis.
Yeah, councillors, instead of raising the point of order, all of you use smartly debates. And I'm observing you are abusing the rules that allows you to raise point of orders. When I deny you that opportunity, you blame the speaker of suppressing you while you are abusing the platform. This meeting is not about defining the difference between the executive mayor and the collective system. We are discussing a report that you requested the mayor to present. Let's allow councillors to debate on the matter. Don't raise the point of order with an intention to smack your debate. His Worship, please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. When we present Section 71 reports to the council, it happens that some of the councillors, they don't follow what we are presenting, because the question that they are asking about expenditure patterns are always entailed in such reports. So I don't know if you say you are misleading this house if you say we are not reporting on these matters. That's a report that is presented by the mayor in the council. So it clarifies the expenditure patterns and how we are spending our own resources as the city. So if you come here...
Again, point of order,
If you come
Speaker.
here, so let me
Speaker,
proceed.
Point of
again,
order.
Point of order.
Councillor Mthethwa.
We fully understand the contents of Section 71 reports. We are talking here about the grants that have been forfeited to the National Treasury. Has that been factored in any of the Section 71 reports? It hasn't. So the mayor must not mislead the people here. He has failed to account for this under-expenditure of the grants, which is what we are discussing here, not Section 71 reports.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker,
Qhubeka, Mayor.
Honorable Speaker, I know how to do the work that you gave me as the council. I can't come here and present a report when there are still engagements with National Treasury. So I don't understand what reports are you looking for, because you are still engaging with National Treasury. And once we conclude such engagements, we'll bring the report. So you can't expect me to bring a report on something which already engagements are taking place and with an intention of making sure that we save the money of the municipality. So I don't think there is something which went wrong in that regard. I want to repeat the commitment I made, Honorable Speaker, during the State of the City address. I made that commitment, and those who were seated opposite ourselves, they said, you are not going to spend USDG 100%. I made that commitment, and we have spent it 100%. We are the only metro in the Republic of South Africa which has spent that USDG 100%. The one that is after us is with 96%. So therefore, the commitment I'm making as a mayor is that we are going to spend this money, and we are going to bring the report to the same council. Beside the projects that are you know, when it comes to the magnitude of such projects, those are not going to be spent before March, and we have made recommendations that we must be given an allowance, because to construct a bridge, that bridge, it will go beyond March. So that's what we have explained to the National Treasury. It is impossible for you to start the bridge in July or in August or in October and finish it in March. So those are the kind of interventions we are making. But I'm making a commitment that, as I made the same commitment during the State of the City address, we are going to spend this money with the explanation that we have put in the report. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Bob Mayor. City Manager, I'm still waiting for the prioritized items in the agenda so that we deal with those that are urgent in terms of compliance. Then we adjourn our meeting. right? The CFO and working with DCMs, in our agenda, they are saying in page 11, item 2.1, and then page 43, item 7. Those are two items that will deal with in our agenda, then we adjourn. Other items, we'll deal with them in the next meeting. Item 11, page 11, item 2.1.
Order, Speaker. Are we going to deal with the minutes at the next meeting as well?
Yes.
Okay.
We are dealing with these two items only, then all other items, we'll deal with them in our next meeting.
Which other page?
Speaker.
Besides page 11, which other page, Speaker?
Awusiphendele Nkosi. Besicela usiphindele Speaker ngokuhloniphekile ama-page.
Wonke lama items amanye abalekile kodwa siya reconvene apha next week. Within 7 days.
Speaker.
Let me finish what I'm
Speaker.
Speaker.
Can you please allow me to finish what I'm doing here?
Aibo. We are not.
Page 47.
43, item 7. Iwona vele nawayenze submit namhlanje kwaze sifuna umphakathi futhi.
Okay. If we speakers list, I'm opening. If we speakers list. Come speakers list. Page 11. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. We are on page 11, item 2.1. Yes, Councillor Kambule.
Thank you, Speaker. I think umbuzo kade ubuzwe uKhansela Xuma la ukuthi then after we've debated and then what will be the way forward. Since ingekho, the way forward, I think, Speaker, that will assist us in this house. We've debated all of us as political parties, and we have cited and quoted the letter that is coming from National Treasury and also what is being presented to us as a fallacy, as a lies. So I don't see the need for us to continue with the meeting while city manager esakhona presiding over, because it's clearly that he has failed to do his job. So now we have lost the money for a service delivery for abantu bakithi. So we can't continue with the meeting while he's sitting here, while isuwa isagcwele ama-bridge engenziwe nezinto zabantu. So we cannot continue. We request uCFO ukuthi kube uyena
No.
ozoqhuba nomhlangano.
Councillor Kambule, that's not the point of order. Don't bring a debate that has been concluded and closed. That matter we've discussed it, then we'll see. City Manager, can you read the item?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are on item number 11. Item number 11 is a report number 2, which is the report of the Finance Committee from their meeting, which was held on the 18th of the 10th, 2023. Item 2.1 pertains to the budget statement report for the quarter ended 30 September 2023. Committee recommends.
Thank you. Councillor Order. Councillor McPherson, Councillor Ben, Order, Councillor Shange, Nwango, with a minute donated by the ACC, Freedom Front Plus, UIM, Councillor Reddy, with a minute from Motley and Mosa and Mgwengwe. Councillor McPherson. Order. Councillor Mchetwa, can you open the mic?
We can't be undermined by administration.
Councillor Mchetwa.
How? No. They speak. If you are scared of this administration, see now we are not going
On
to
the point of order.
Here.
Point of order.
We are not going to be undermined by the administration. How? You've allowed these administrators to preside over you.
Councillor McPherson and Ben. But Kambule. Councillor Kambule.
On the point of order, Speaker.
Order. Councillor Kambule. Order.
On the point of order.
Point of order.
On the point of
Councillor
order, Speaker.
Kambule.
On the point of order, Speaker.
Councillor Kambule, you, Mchetwa, let me address the page of the EFF. Councillor Kambule, as a whip of the EFF,
On the point of order.
you raise.
On the point of order, Speaker. On the point of order.
You address council on your request. Then the matter was discussed. Councillors expressed their views. Then we made a decision on the matter. Therefore, it is unfair for you to bring a matter that has been discussed already.
On the point of order, no.
We said, there's no reason for the city manager to excuse himself. Therefore, we are going to deal with this item while he's here. Let's allow Mchetwa to address Council Mchetwa.
He is not going to address the council before giving a chance.
Speaker.
Yes, Nyambosa.
Can you hear me?
On the point of order.
Can you hear me, Speaker?
On the point of order.
Can you
Order, Speaker.
allow Mchetwa to address us?
No, we're not going to allow anyone.
Speaker.
We're addressing you, Speaker.
Speaker.
Why not going to be addressed?
Speaker.
Can we allow Mchetwa?
Can you listen to
With
us?
respect, Speaker. You are
Speaker.
doing exactly what we want you about when we
You are collapsing the
Yes,
meeting.
you've allowed the administrators to
Speaker,
undermine
order.
the position. That's exactly what you are
Becoming a
doing.
circus now.
Let's allow Mchetwa.
Speaker is not speaking.
No,
The
Speaker.
clowns are busy performing.
It's simple. We told
Council
you.
Mchetwa.
And we are doing exactly that. We can't be. What is so difficult about that? That is why the
You have
administrators are
ruled.
undermining us here.
You have ruled.
We are not going to.
I can't hear you, unfortunately.
That is why I must kick them out.
Council Mchetwa.
That is why I must kick them out.
Councillors, why you are standing? Why you are standing? Can you please sit down?
But you are ignoring us.
Please sit down.
Speaker, as I was saying, you
Please sit down and
Speaker.
allow Councillor Mchetwa, who was recognized, to address. Then I will come to you, Mvubu.
now, Mr. Speaker, you have ruled. We might, as caucuses, disagree with your ruling. That is allowed, it's fine. But if anyone wants to challenge your ruling, they must take it on review. There are courts in this country that they can utilize. What cannot happen?
Stop wasting.
What cannot happen is that this council and the people of eThekwini are held to ransom by these rogue elements. Kick them out if they don't listen. We are here to work. We are here to work. We are ready to dispense with the business of this council. If they don't listen, kick them out. We can't have the ransom by them.
Mvubu? Councillor Mvubu?
Thank you very much. So,
We ask Councillor Mvubu.
Point of
Councillor
order,
Mvu,
Speaker.
before you address, I think
Order,
between you, Councillor Mvubu and Kambule, take control of your caucus. No.
Point of order, Speaker.
Councillor Mvubu, I'm making an appeal. I'm making an appeal to you so that
You must know that.
when you are recognized to speak,
Kambule.
everyone must listen to you. Everyone must listen to you. When other councillors from other parties are talking, your members must also listen to those councillors. To you, Mvubu?
But Speaker, don't outsource your responsibility.
Let's allow Mvubu
You
to address
take
council.
responsibility and take control of this meeting, Speaker. Don't outsource that.
No, I'm telling you, it's Mvubu, not you now. No, Mvubu.
Allow the speaker
Councillor
to
Mvubu.
preside over this meeting.
Councillor
Don't
Mvubu.
bully a speaker, Mteto.
No,
On a point of order,
thank you very
Speaker.
much, yes.
Councillor Mvubu.
But there is a point of order.
No, I'm telling this meeting, it's you who's speaking.
Thank you, Speaker. Mancane, baba. Speaker,
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order, Komeni.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, there's new rules and new regulations that we attended in the City Hall. They speak about the deportment, gestures, and the toy-toying of the council members inside the chambers.
But why you are shouting? Why you are shouting?
And I'm not even addressing them, Speaker, I'm addressing you.
Before Mvubu, Councillor Komeni, before you finish your point, before you finish the point, Councillor
Yes.
Mvubu, please address council, then we will guide the meeting.
yeah, thank you, Speaker. You said you are not going, we did not give, sorry.
Yabona manje baphazamisa wena bese.
But
I'm a councillor EFF are disrupting you.
Speaker, can you allow me to speak?
But if we are
Can you
speaking,
allow me to speak?
if we are speaking, there's someone making noise. I must protect you against your own party.
No, Speaker. People have been making noise here. You don't have to, please. Speaker, you said when we made submissions from the onset, the assistant manager is not going to preside in this meeting. You said there were no sufficient grounds for this, right? And you made a ruling.
Misleading
But
the House,
the-
Speaker.
but
You never said that.
But this was before we debated the reports. We asked for caucus, and then we came back, we debated. You have not then made a ruling after this. You have not made a ruling after this. So we just want to correct you that the ruling that you made was before there was the reports and there was a debate. The mayor presented the reports, and then we asked for a caucus so that we could come back and debate the matter. We came back, we debated the matter, and we still insisted that because we've seen the reports, there are even more compelling reasons as to why the assistant manager must not preside here. So we are still on the same call. You have not made a ruling on this one.
Yeah, Councillor Mvubu, let's agree that those are your views, not views of council. Therefore, council can't take a decision because of an individual view. The way you interpreted, the way you understood the report, you reach a conclusion that the city manager can therefore not sit here and be part of the council meeting. But in terms of the debate from other councillors, they are not expressing that view. Therefore, you can't expect council to take a decision based on a view held by you as an individual or your party. The report that was discussed in council was not an investigation on any wrongdoing by the city manager. We were not discussing an investigation that can make council to take a decision or to find the city manager guilty or not. We are not there. The mayor was presenting a report that you requested, not a report about the performance of the city manager. Therefore, we can't allow council to resolve or take a decision on a matter that was not tabled to council. Here, we are not discussing the performance of the city manager. Therefore, let's not go in that route, Councillor Mvubu and all of you. The city manager will sit here, then we are going to conclude the 2 items. Then if there are any allegations that you want the city or the city manager to be investigated, you can approach CIU, launch a complaint to any law enforcement agencies for that allegation to be investigated. Then council will take decisions after an investigation about the city manager, not because of you read something or you feel that he must be removed. Therefore, I'm saying, Councillor Mvubu, and
so
to
that I
other
can
councillors,
assist you.
the city
So
manager
that I can
is not
assist them.
going anywhere. It's going to be here till we finish the meeting.
So that I can assist you.
No.
So that I
Order.
can assist you. So that I can
Vobo, you are not recognized.
No, it's a point of order. It's a point of order,
Vobo, you
Speaker.
are not recognized. And
Can
I
I be
don't need assistance from you.
Can I be
I have the
recognized?
capacity to run
Can
this
I be
council
recognized?
with no assistance.
Can I
Please,
be
Councillor
recognized?
Vobo, behave.
Can I be recognized?
Point of
Speaker?
order, Speaker.
Can you please, Kambule?
Can you please recognize?
Kambule, can you please talk to Councillor Vobo?
Speaker,
Point of order, Speaker.
are we not allowed now to speak?
A point of order.
Councillor Tlengwa, point of order.
Speaker.
Thank you,
So
Speaker.
you are ignoring
Now,
us.
while I'm taking you, but Kambule, can you please talk to Councillor Mvubu to respect the meeting?
Apply the rules, Speaker, please.
Point of order, Dr. Tlengwa.
It's a point of
Tlengwa.
order.
Speaker, I must say I'm disappointed. I'm rising on a point of order.
Order.
In terms of 16H, it says you have a final say. When you have ruled, your ruling is final. And we must all of us, you know, it's not a case of we are equal, but some of us are more equal than others. I'm asking for a consistency here,
On the point of
Speaker.
order, Speaker.
I'm asking for a consistency, Speaker.
On the point of order,
Councillor
Speaker.
Bergte was removed and was taken out of this council. Simple because
ulwela uBexter now, ulwela uBexter manje. Usulwela uBexter.
we have people who are
Thank you.
bringing this house
Councillor
of
Tlengwa, Councillor Tlengwa, you are
but you're
correct.
keeping them.
You see, the reason why I'm saying Councillor Kambule must talk to Councillor Mvubu, I'm applying the rules. Hence, I'm saying Kambule, as a whip of the EFF, talk to Councillor Mvubu to behave. If you fail to do so, I will send the whip of council to talk to him. If the whip fails, I have to invite the security team to remove you from the meeting. Therefore, I want us to do that. I want us to do that, but we have to be procedural. Councillor Madlala,
On the point of order.
order.
But our hands was up first. Bring them, we are going to put them under the table. Bring them.
Order.
They must come.
Order.
Long time. They must come. You think we're scared of them? They must come now.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Speaker.
Order, Madlala is on the
Bring
floor.
them.
Yes.
Speaker.
No, thank you very much, Speaker.
We're not going anywhere. Bring those security.
Speaker.
We are going to put them
Councillor
under.
Madlala. Order, councillors. I'm noting hands. Yes, I see you. Let's take Madlala. Let's take Madlala.
We must be told if we are not going to speak.
I given all of you. Let's take Madlala to Madlala.
If we are not going to be given
Order,
the opportunity
order.
to speak in the meeting, there's no need for us to be here. Because the EFF does not have the monopoly of threats and chaos. So if they don't want us to speak in the meeting, there's no need for us to be here. We equally represent our constituencies, and our voices need to be heard in this meeting. So if someone in this meeting thinks that they have a monopoly over chaos and threats, that person is mistaken. We can equally
on
do
the point
that.
of order, Speaker.
Why should we sit here and listen to one party?
Speaker, Speaker,
Speaker, please
on a point
apply
of
the
order,
rules.
We can't allow Councillor Mandela
Apply
to
the
discuss
rules,
us.
Speaker, please.
Thank you.
Speaker, on a point
Can
of
I
order,
order? Let me
Speaker.
request order.
on a point of
Let me
order.
request the whip of council to speak to the EFF about their behavior.
Can you say,
Whip,
volunteer to speak to the
please address that.
Why are you not silent?
Councillor.
Speaker.
On the point of order,
Can I volunteer to speak to them?
on the point
I
of order.
volunteer myself to speak to them.
Let's allow the whip to address EFF councillors
On the
so
point of
that they
order.
respect the meeting, they respect the rules.
Can I address you?
Speaker, if they don't perform like this, Malema is going to fire them. So they realize they're going to perform.
Can I do it for the chief whip, Speaker? Can I volunteer myself for the chief whip?
Somlo.
EFF Speaker.
Somlo.
Out.
Speaker.
Out.
Somlo.
Speaker.
Can we lift him barely?
Mkhiphe. When your children are spoiled brats, that's what you get.
Wozoskipha mthetho.
Puma EFF.
Those are anarcho-fascists.
Puman EFF man. Puman, agona ginda. Puman man.
Wena Nkombeni ngabe kade uhambile.
Councillor Mjad, congratulations on replacing Councillor Ukos.
Phuza ndoda ethawula.
Angithi nge-lockdown nasilethela amasosha.
Speaker. Speaker.
Hey,
On
thula
a
la
point
Pakistan.
of order, Speaker.
reached.
Kanti indaba
Speaker.
kumele incengwe EFF. Yini
People are
lencengwe
dying in
EFF kanti?
Palestine while EFF is behaving like this.
Yini lengake incengwe EFF ngempela?
Speaker.
Kanti nencengo F.
Nincengeni kwi-EFF kanti?
Sicela sikhuleke bazalwane ngeke.
Awathula hlokohloko.
Khona umoya engozwayo ongamuhle. Asingenene esigoqweni.
Hayi. Nangu sophise efika.
Time limit
Thank you very much. The whip gave me a report of her engagement with the EFF caucus. I hope from now on they will respect the meeting and comply with the rules and our code of conduct. We are going to continue with our agenda, but I see Mia hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, kade sisho siyasho futhi namanje ukuthi asifuni ukubambezela umhlangano. la sizomela abantu baseThekwini nentuthuko yabo. Into esicelayo kuphela le enisabayo ningazi nisabani ukuthi we are only left with 2 items. So with due respect to you as well as Sompisi, as the day siqede lama 2 items kuhlale udokotela lapha iCFO still with these 2 items up until we are satisfied with this matter. Sisalinde ama progress report by the Honorable Mayor. Once we are satisfied with this matter, Asil no Sompisi, it's not personal. Kodwa, we feel
Order,
ukuthi
Speaker.
fanele asithetele. That's number 1. Number 2, Speaker.
Now, before we finish, Babu Mayor, the assumption you are making is that the people of eThekwini are represented by the EFF in this council and EFF alone.
No,
That
no,
is wrong.
That's
That
your own
is wrong.
assumption, Speaker. Can I continue?
No, continue, but don't mislead council.
Comrades, fine.
Don't mislead council. Council members represent the people of eThekwini, not you.
Secondly, Speaker, ngizoya kuwena direct. You have powers to overrule. But for you to overrule should not tantamount to dictatorship. When you overrule, it must be a general sentiment of the council, not a certain bias statement that you overrule on. So you can't just overrule because you have powers to overrule.
Okay.
What led for you to overrule in the manner that you overruled?
But
We
Mayor,
don't want-
Mayor.
I just want to talk.
No. Listen, Councillor Mayor. Madala, no. Listen, Councillor Mayor. Mayor, let me. Mayor, order, no shout. Mayor, order.
Sengiyahlaka, ngicela ukushaka ukugcina nje ngehla.
Councillor Mayor, listen, councillors.
Uhleli ukhuluma nje madlala.
I can't subject this matter to a vote, but Councillor Mayor, it's only you and you alone that have said the city manager must leave the meeting. No other members of council said that view. Therefore, your view is not shared by the majority. Therefore, it won't happen. I made that rule earlier again. I'm making that rule. The city manager will sit till the end of the meeting. What we are requesting won't happen. And I ruled and I'm ruling, I will rule again.
Speaker.
The city manager is not going nowhere, because what we want to do is procedurally incorrect, and it won't happen.
So you are
What is the
defending the
correct
city manager.
Let's proceed with the
You are
meeting.
defending, so Speaker,
City manager, can we read the,
Speaker,
I was checking the speakers.
You are defending a person who have caused
Right, councillors, can I request the EFF, can I request the EFF to leave the meeting?
Thank you.
Speaker, with due respect.
Can I request the EFF to leave the
We are
meeting?
not leaving. We are not leaving.
With due respect, Speaker.
We are not leaving. We are not leaving.
Councillors, if you want to participate, in the meeting, please behave.
Speaker.
Please behave.
Sorry, Speaker.
Let's listen to the speakers. You don't want to leave the meeting, please behave.
On a point of order,
Speaker.
If you order, if order, councillors.
On a point of order, Speaker.
If you don't want to leave the meeting, please behave, respect the meeting, and respect other councillors.
On a point of
I'm not taking hands. I'm recognizing speakers in my list. Kambole, I'm not taking hands.
Speaker, please.
I'm not taking hands.
To assist us.
Lower your hands.
On a point of order, Speaker.
I'm not taking hands, Vobo. We have abused the platform too much. We are now continuing with the meeting. Councillor McPherson? Councillor McPherson? If you don't want to leave, councillors from EFF, behave. We are dealing with item now. Councillor McPherson, I'm not taking hands.
No.
I'm not taking hands. We are now.
But the Speaker, hands are
Kambole, you are a whip of the EFF, please. Please stop what you are doing. You see, councillors, I will now be forced to request security to remove you. Can I have the security to remove the FF councillors from the meeting? Can I have the security to remove the AFF from the meeting? Can we invite security to remove the EFF from the meeting?
Take them out. Where is emergency exit?
Councillors, can you please cooperate? Please cooperate. What we are doing is in line with the rules. Councillor Kambule, please respect the rules of council. Talk to your members to behave and respect the decision of council. Can you please leave the meeting peacefully? Please leave the meeting. Please leave the meeting. Please, councillors, EFF, leave the meeting. Councillors, don't make this thing difficult. I'm requesting you to leave. Please leave the meeting. Don't be destructive. Don't be violent. Please leave the meeting. Leave the meeting. Leave the meeting. Kambole. Please deal with this. Kambole. Mayor, correct this. I don't know why you are fighting our security. Please leave the meeting. Please peacefully leave the meeting. Kambole, lead your team to leave the meeting peacefully. No need to fight. No need to fight. No need to fight. Please, Kambole, Councillor Mvobo, Councillor Mia, please peacefully leave the meeting. Peacefully leave the meeting. No violence, no fighting. No one should be injured. No one should be insulted. Please leave the meeting. Please leave the meeting. No need to fight. Stop fighting our security. Stop fighting our security. I'm appealing, Councillor Mvobo. What we are doing is out of order, is in breach of the code of conduct. Please leave the meeting. Akosidingo sokulwa nokushaya abantu, ngiyacela niphume ngokuthula. Ningaze nilimazane ngento engenasidingo. Asiphumeni ngokuthula singalimazani. Ngiyacela lesiphumelele emnyango. Security, can you please remove them out of the council venue? Check them out, please. Have a debate outside the venue. Check them out. Have a discussion outside the venue, please. We want to conclude our meeting. Check them out. Security. Security, please take the EFF out from the council meeting. Councillors, take your seat. Take your seat, then we proceed and conclude our meeting. While the security is taking them out, no discussion, they must leave the venue.
Bamthelelana umuntu omdala ngamanzi lawo. Thela ubaba wakho ngamanzi.
Please close the door. Please close the door.
Keep him moved.
Councillor, take your seat. Take your seat.
Siyazi njena ke-EFF thina.
Please take your seat, councillors. Close the doors so that we start.
Bamthelelana umuntu omdala ngamanzi lawo. Bathela umuntu omdala ngamanzi. Sis.
Order, councillors. Order.
Order, Speaker.
Order, take your seat, please.
Speaker, order.
Councillor Mwango.
Yeah.
Order, councillors, order.
Honorable Speaker, it's unfortunate that
Order.
uyaphazamisa lo. Uzongikhipha. Lo. Speaker, it's unfortunate that we find ourselves in this situation. However, can I plead to you, Speaker, that when police enter inside to remove councillors, don't allow police having guns with them. Because the reaction we see here, what if one EFF members disarm one of the police officers? We are all in danger here. They must come in, at least use their power to mend them out. Because they are handling guns with them.
Order, councillors.
Discuss the agenda, like not about issue.
Order.
What if?
Order.
Mawufuna ukuphuma nomnqangu.
Uyasibhedela wena. What if?
Point of order.
What if? Order. Councillors, order. Let me respond.
What if?
Order. Councillors,
Point of
I
order.
don't want us to debate and discuss what happened earlier. The EFF is out now. If there are any issues pertaining that my decision, those councillors can engage me outside of this meeting. I can't open a debate on discussing what happened on my decision. Councillor McPherson? No, Mwango. No. Councillor McPherson?
Speaker, it's not your ruling, Speaker. Speaker, it's not
I'm
your
checking
ruling.
Councillor Mwango, please, don't be distracted.
It's not your ruling, Speaker.
We are now back in the agenda. We are checking the list of speakers. Councillor Zondi, please. Councillor Kavenda, I'm not checking hands. Councillor McPherson, you are number 1 in my list. Councillor McPherson?
Speaker, how do you expect us to remain here when such a valid point has been raised?
Councillor Kavenda, you are not recognized.
You can leave your coco.
You don't tell me to
You
go.
can leave your coco.
Can you listen?
Order.
Who's his granny?
Councillor Ben? Order, councillors. Order.
Point of order.
Speaker.
Order. Councillors, let's continue with the agenda.
Speaker.
The EFF is out now. We are discussing the item that we said we'll discuss.
Speaker.
Let's not discuss what happened earlier. That matter is closed. Let's not open it here.
Speaker, it's our saying.
Councillor McPherson and Ben.
Speaker.
Yes, Mtetwa.
Please.
Speaker,
Order.
Speaker.
Councillor Mtetwa.
Speaker, while we might be open.
Order.
Speaker, you need to listen to us.
Order. Mtetwa.
Speaker, there's this constant attack to Councillor Governor and her being called Coco. And you can hear it and you're doing nothing about it. That is wrong.
What happened? Who called Coco?
ANC councillors are calling Councillor Governor Coco.
The one on your boss.
No, there's your...
No.
No.
Yabona Mtetwa. Again, I said this before.
You have
I get your point.
No, you have this tendency of letting people attack their councillors, and you say I didn't hear.
No, I never said that. I'm saying to you, I said to you before, you expect me to hear everything being said here.
Yes, I do.
Deliberate, why you're making noise. How can I hear everything? Because people are shouting,
Right now-
I'm trying to call you into order, but
Right
now
now,
you
it's
want to accuse me
it's
for
for-
that.
it's for the
You're
third
being
time.
unfair, you're being unfair.
Today it's for the first time.
Councillor McPherson?
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor there?
Ayakasuku nyawo sekubuyela untuli lapha ngayibhola.
Point of order, Speaker.
Balo lapha ngimbone lapha ibhodi lakho balo.
Speaker.
Ubiyela lo.
Yes, khuluma Councillor.
Ngithi mina somlomo. Musukuyiziba lento eshiwo umncwa. Isizathu soba ngisho lokho, ngimanzi mina ngithelwa ngamanzi laba abantu. Lento eshiwo umncango ukuthi amaphoyisa uma ingena nebhamu, umuntu ethatha isibhamu edubule lapha siphephe kanjani nje?
But Councillor, angizibi, angizibi.
Wenzani?
Ngithi umbango, akulona udaba esingayixoxa manje siqede lolo daba. Ngiyaluzwa. Ngithi alikhulume nami eceleni silungise. But asikwazi ukulidebate la. Ngiyakuzwa. But ukuvula idebate yalokho kusiza ngani?
Indlela osho ngayo ushangathi uyawuma.
Angithi ulizile. Now why to debate the matter? Angithi ngiyasho ukuthi asikwazi ukuvula idebate ngalokho ngikuzwile indaba ye-security nokuyiphatha kwamaphoyisa is a discussion ekumele all concerned be raised with me ngiwa-address elikushoyo ngikuzwile but akwazi ukuba idebate yomhlangano
Uzoyefana ukuthi manzi mina ngathi ngisidako.
yilokho engikushoyo kuphela asiqhubekeni nomhlangano Councillor Paisley. Councillor Paisley.
No, Speaker.
No, I were no Paisley bephakamisile.
Cha bephamisele mina.
No, Councillor Paisley.
Akaphamisile.
No. It's only Paisley who raised his hand, not you. Okay. Yes, it was you who raised your hand, not Upe.
Speaker, I think
Speaker.
you're losing
Order.
Speaker, with due respect, Speaker, you're losing the plot. The issue here, these people, the security came here with firearm. Imagine they took somebody pulled out a firearm and we should.
But I understand that. I understand that, please. I already responded. I understand your concern, but I can't open a debate for that. The concern is genuine. I accept it, but it's a matter to be fixed by the speaker with the relevant team that support my counsel. Now, to continue raise the matter, what do you expect counsel to do?
Speaker,
What do you expect counsel to do? We are being unfair.
Speaker,
I understand your concerns. I will address it, but don't waste time to want us to debate that matter now. It has happened already. I accept it has to be addressed by the speaker. Councillor Ntuli.
No, umdaka bonke Speaker bese ecela nje ngomoya wesonto ukuthi mhlambe kuze siqhubeke kahle uma sine item kwi-agenda. Siqhubeke nalo item bese sivumelana ukuthi you'll convene meeting ye-Speakers Committee lixoxe lolo daba. Khona sizokwazi ukuqhubeka. Kuba ukuthi wonke umuntu uphawula kwi-item kwi-agenda masiwayeke lama item angaphandle. Ngeke ngaphuma la ngaba khona ngiyodila lento ebingaphandle ngize ngabuya Speaker kubuye ngazuthi into eseceleni nje yalo cause ngiyacela nje amakhansela ngomoya wesonto angilwe umoya uphansi.
Speaker.
Enye into engifuna ukuyi-addressa councillors. Councillors, can I have your attention? Enye into engifuna ukuyi-addressa. Uyabona lento ukuthi uma kuqhubeka umhlangano nikhulume nokho nimemezane nithukane ni-insultane nodwa uma seniqedile ukuthukana then you bring the speaker and lezi zinto nizenza ngesikhathi kuvulwe ama-microphone asikwazi ukubona asikwazi ukuzwa ukuthi ubani uma kukhulunywa mina ngibheka ispeaker esikhulumayo mengibheka ngala ngibheka lapha kunomsindo oqhamuke indawo leyiningana. I am expected to identify that person and make a ruling. How can I do that? Then uma kwenzeka lonto, then I'm being blamed. Nge-chaos councillors enziwa yinina ngesibomu. I'm sitting here trying to assist you. You are being destructive and hloniphani nodwa, but at the center of that thing, you want to bring the speaker. Let's continue with the items in our agenda. Respect one another. Respect the rules of council and our code of conduct.
Speaker,
Councillor Ben, I'm not taking hands now. Councillor Ben.
Speaker, the DA requests 10 minutes caucus in line with the rules.
Can I give you 5 minutes? Please. Can I give you 5 minutes? You are counted.
Speaker, I also request caucus. Thank you.
30 seconds.
4 minutes.
30 seconds. With who?
Thank you.
You can join the TA to use their 5 minutes.
1 minute is granted.
You leave us again.
Simbongele no Biela ukuthi inhlamvu ebibheke kuyena iphenduka amanzi.
Abangihokele manje konke.
There's a possibility for a case of assault.
Into zakho isasebenza biye.
Oh, ngonyama. Futhi mina ngibama rules. If it's disruption nokushimithi nje, we can process them and I will process them. I want to tell them head on who have finished Tabeni. Yeah, I will process them. Yeah. Let's buy an election.
Why won't there one?
Alaba soba process ubona. The world they are commotion in Africa. I will tell you that. the DA to report to council on the outcome of their caucus.
Speaker, this council is still outside. Maybe we should just call him in.
Councillor Vice Venerated, the Speaker of Council, delegate you to go outside and call everyone to come into the meeting.
Go, Viz, go. Go, Viz, go. Go chase them, Viz, go chase them. Quick, quick, quick. Run, run, run. Come, run, run.
It's about time he did something useful.
Ayikho idraya la labafana basithele ngamanzi.
Ekwale, you've been quiet the whole meeting, eh?
Angike niyazi ukuthi i-council meeting ayikaqali. Yeah, ayiningi vele kahle. Yeah, thina yethu. Ibe ligeni yakho. Oh, ish, manje ayi yokwenza.
Mthetho awureport ngecaucus. Ihambe kanjani caucus? Reporta nje kuphela mfethu ngeke kwenzeke lutho. Uspeaker uthi angimbambele kancane. Ama rules ayavuma. Check rule number 1.
Somlomo ungangisoli ke next council ngizobuya no 5 liter webhakede lamanzi. Kuthi kuhleli nje la EFF ngiyithele ngamanzi. Angaze ngithelwa abafana ngamanzi kanje.
Indoor, outdoor shower.
Bakupapatisile kwa.
Wekwale, ne? Wekwale. Let's have a bucket of papeli. And then you can hit them nicely.
Councillor Reddy, I don't want to give me a report of how we have executed the task I given to you. I can see that you have done very well. Councillors are back. Thank you very much. Let me allow the DA to report quickly. DA.
Thank you, Speaker. We have caucused. The first thing that we would want a commitment from yourself on record is that you are going to investigate the conduct of the EFF councillors with a possible view to refer the matter to ethics for further processing. We would want that commitment on record, Mr. Speaker, and also a further commitment to thoroughly investigate how Metropolis happened to enter a council chamber with weapons. Those are the two investigations that we need commitment on record. The second issue that we want to put to you, Chairperson, is that we've been here for almost, 10 hours, cost to the ratepayer. We have not done justice for different reasons. Of course, you are responsible for that as the presiding officer of this council. We therefore want to formally propose that you adjourn this meeting as you had expressed the intention to adjourn the meeting to be reconvened on Friday, because it doesn't help anyone now that we've been here at your request, at your invitation, at a cost to the ratepayer, and we have not done a single item of this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mtetwa, for the report. Let me start with the last point you have raised. We are going to adjourn council after we have dealt with the two items that I've indicated earlier, that because they are urgent in terms of compliance. Only two items, then we will adjourn. On other issues, definitely, I can confirm, then be on record, that the behavior of EFF councillors will be investigated, guided by our rules and our code of conduct, because they are very clear of how to handle such matters. And the issue of the Metropolis coming to the chambers with firearms, those issues will be looked at. Then council will be updated after that. Let me take my first speaker, Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Speaker. Before I start, I must just say, as an observation, as an observer, it's clear that, and it'll lead into much of what I'm saying about the trouble looming. And there's no doubt, Speaker, that the ANC are in trouble. The fact that the EFF were allowed to behave that way, you're afraid of them. And that's going to play out. And it's playing out, and it's going to play out at the cost of the city. But the fear and the reason that it took so long is something that is now very apparent. With regards to the agenda item, we had our finance committee, and I want to talk specifically about 3 or 4 points. And the one is the water losses, because in committee we keep asking for the correction. The reasons given are highlighted as illegal connections, infrastructure, challenges, and flood damage. That is not the case. The primary reason for water losses is burst pipes and water pouring into the roads and into stormwater drains without being repaired in time. So the water loss has 3 different connotations or complications. The one, of course, is we're paying for 58% of water that we can't charge out. We then have a loss of revenue and a loss of pressure in our water reservoirs. When we raise that, and the reason I'm doing it here now is because it's an issue that's going to affect the city in terms of lost revenue and money being paid on water that we're not using. The reality here, this is a department, the water and sanitation, that really theoretically should be put into administration. The remains chaotic. You've got 536,000 water meters that haven't been read for a year. And what it goes on to say is that the challenges of non-water meter reading or non-reading of meters, the challenges is we are down, our revenue is down 602 million in water and 128 million in sanitation. Now, we believe that this is as a direct result of this ongoing outsourcing. You yourself mentioned, or somebody mentioned earlier, it was yourself and the mayor, about the PEP. The meter reading should come back in-house. It's out of control. There's no consequence management by it being outsourced. So the sooner that comes in, and I know that there is a commitment, but that commitment is going year after year and after year, and there should be accountability and somebody needs to take ownership of it. We now talk about the 27.262 billion rand debt. This is now at an unacceptable level. It gets rounded off to 27 billion when you just write off 262 million as if it's not there. And this is where we press hard. Where is the accountability? You've got Transnet 271, PRASA at 42, Telkom and Italia at 20. It's a combined outstanding debt of 330 million. Cut them off. Why won't you cut them off? Yet month after month after month we see there's negotiations and they will be cut off. Cut them off. Show some leadership. But here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. Councillor and staff members in arrears. You've got 26 councillors who owe the city 1.23 million. It's an average, Speaker, an average of 47,375 rand. There were 2,661 employees, Speaker, city manager. 2,661 employees that owe, on average, 19,540 rand. It gets better. Break it down. You got 41 executive and senior management on packages of, I'm guessing, of $1 million plus. The 41 owe 2.637 million. That's an average of 57,748. Management, 158, owe 3.87. It's an average of 24,290 rand. What are you doing about it? Why don't you show leadership? It says clearly that you are able to deduct it. Why don't you make an example, city manager? Get the executives and the management in line. You've got the powers to do it. Why do we have to read this insult when ratepayers out there have their lights and electricity cut at the whim? And that is why you are applying, and it's going to come up later, for 2.5 billion rand. Because you don't have the political will to deal with it. You can make an example right now with line management and executives. And what we want to put on record, Speaker and City Manager, that none of them be offered the debt relief. That would be a further insult. We want a commitment that none of them are offered the debt relief program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to focus on 3 issues in particular. The first one is the municipality's poor record on the subject of maintenance. And we all know that that's compounded the problems. In the agenda item on page 12, it refers to the financial ratio, but in fact it's an asset ratio. And the one I'm talking about is the one of actual repairs and maintenance expenditure divided by property, plant and equipment and investment property. The figure should be 8%. So at the end of the 3rd month, it should have been at 2%. We're at 1.45%. In other words, 25% of the maintenance just hadn't been done. And that's what compounds the problems, and every citizen in this municipality knows about the effect of those problems. The next issue I want to touch on is the one which the municipality's leadership seems to be avoiding like the plague. It's the 1.11 billion debt of Transnet. Now, it all steamed up about 1.2 billion rand going back
Point of
to...
order.
Point of order.
Speaker, the report, I think there's a typo error. It refers to Transnet, which is a bus company, and Transnet, which is the transport company, the parastatal. So if the speaker can just clarify which is he referring to, or if Secretariat can correct this report and indicate whether it is Transnet or Transnet that we're referring to. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Reddy, I suggest that because you are in my list of speakers, when is your turn to address council, please also touch on those issues.
No, Speaker, I'm
And
correcting the report.
And
It's not-
allow Ben to proceed. Thank you. Councillor Ben, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's Transnet I'm talking about, the operator of the municipality's bus service, which receives the revenue from the passengers, and yet the buses are maintained by the municipality at the municipality's expense, and which entity owes 1.1 billion rand to the municipality, and it goes up at between 20 and 30 million rand every month. And the political leadership and the administrative leadership of the municipality just say it's under arbitration, and it has been for about 8 years at least. And what we expect from the municipality is, from the leadership of the municipality, is details of what has been achieved with the litigation to date, what stage it is at, when it was likely to be finalized, and what pending dates there are. The third issue I wanted to touch on was the deliberate undercapacitation of SCM, but I'm going to run out of time in seconds. So I'll just make the point again that the municipal leadership is stymieing the municipality by its lack of proper capacitation
Your
of SCM.
your time is up. Councillor Mwango.
Thank you. No, Speaker, I've got 3 minutes.
Yes,
Before we start.
as I've mentioned that earlier, that there are many donated by ACC, Freedom Front Plus, UIM.
Yes, it's 4.
No, it's 3.
4.
3 minutes donated.
Yes, should be 4.
On the screen,
Mwango, please.
Thank you.
Please.
Yes, NACOG. And the EFF time should be mine. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, one obviously can't say we are covered by the DA, but what Councillor McPherson have raised is actually the major concerns that Action SA is concerned about. The issue of water loss clearly shows that there is no leadership in the city. There's a big question that says where accountability lies, because someone must account. We can't keep talking about water loss and there are no changes. And we talk about now this argument about the grants we can't spend. There's a big question. Why can't we fix our infrastructure? Because the reports are clear that it's mainly around issues of leaks that happen all over the city. And there's nothing being done. There's no one being held accountable. You've got the head of department, you've got the city manager, you've got the mayor. Who will ever account for what's going on? Someone must account. And we can't be sitting here talking about the same thing. And also, Honorable Speaker, the issue of meter reading. Last time we had meter readings was in May. Now, we talk of debt relief for residents of eThekwini. It's unfair to them because these estimates are high. Then you are putting the pressure on ratepayers of eThekwini to pay for your failures as the municipality. Hence, we agree with Councillor McPherson that we need to look at insourcing. What is the reason really to outsource meter reading? Because this is an ongoing activity. There's no way you can say at some stage you don't need it. Why outsource it? Can you just insource it, do it in-house? Because it is possible to do it in-house. The other issue, Honorable Speaker, is around the issue of debts. We can't always keep making excuses. The issue of Ingonyama Trust must be addressed. We can't keep saying there are going to be meetings after meetings, and nothing ever materialized. And those of us who were here on the term of 2011, this debate of the meeting with Ingonyama Trust has been ongoing for the past 12 years or more than 10 years. Why it never been resolved till to date? And the issue of departments owing the municipality money. Why we are not serious as a city to ensure that they are paying? It is a major concern. And we can't again sit here and keep blaming each other as if we can't really think as councillors. The problem we are facing is we are on autopilot. There is no leadership in this city. We must accept that. And I think it's just something that the mayor should also do honorably without being forced to admit I failed to lead the city, or I have no interest in leading this city, because we can't be sitting here and keep blaming each other. It's for that reason, as Action SA, we believe there should be accountability, and we can't continue with this way. And the major issue we are facing around unspent budget, it must be engaged on. We are hoping in our next meeting, the mayor will table the responses that we asked earlier in this meeting, so that we can able to engage as councillors, because unfair for us to engage without information, because clearly the ANC keep information amongst themselves without sharing with other councillors, but expect us to have collective responsibility. It can't work like that. ANC must take a wake up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mwango. Councillor Reti, with a minute donated by Mosa.
Thank you, Speaker. There is reason for us to be concerned and worried about this particular report. If you look at the water losses as mentioned by previous speakers, I want to say that I concur and fully agree with all of that. What is concerning to me is the fact that the issue of the fruitless expenditure is not reflected in the report, and I'm hoping that the city manager would actually do that so that we can all be on the same page. The water and electricity distribution losses and cost to council cannot be quantified. That's worrying. We all know that these losses are excessive and detrimental to the budget. To make matters worse, our cash on hand is only 44 days. This is unacceptable for the survival of the municipality. The issue of outstanding debt by parastatals and other government departments is adding fuel to the fire, and we are at risk of total collapse. As ADEC, we firmly believe that not enough is being done to curb these losses. We need to quantify the water losses and put in measures in place to mitigate them. It is also a concern to us that, as I mentioned, the report does not give us exactly what the amount is in terms of UIFWE. We demand that the city manager will provide this figure immediately at the end of this debate. We cannot continue to operate in this manner. It is time for us to be brutal in our approach and hold those accountable who are responsible for this dire situation. We need to implement measures to reduce wasteful expenditure, ensure that everyone pays their debt obligations, and hold those accountable for the excessive losses in our water and electricity distribution networks. As elected officials, it is our responsibility to take action and to take it now. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Reti. Councillor Mngonyama.
Angibonge Speaker. Uyakati ubaba Mayor kuyakubeka ukuthi siqale sikuncome naloko ukuthi kusokwenzakalile. Angiqale nje ngale improvement of a collection rate which is more than 100%. Mawubuka lapho Speaker, so it's a huge improvement. So siyakuncoma lokho. Ngibuya ngize kule yama water losses kuyona asihleli nje asongile izandla khona plumber esasibafakile emawadeni mabengakafiki kulama wadi ke walabo abanye ababhemu abacheke lapha ka water sizama kona ukukhepha lento yokuvuza kwamanzi so ngibuye ngize kule kagesi le kagesi we have started to disconnect amabhilidi saphinde futhi sa extenda i-debt relief yalabo ke abakweletayo for 3 months. So after the 3 months sizorolla out ama-disconnections azongena nje including nama-ratepayers la kade motivatwa ababhemu laba abangaphesheya ukuthi akathatha umkhandlu awusenkantolo bayixoxa ezinye indaba ezinye abayixoxa ngibuye ngize kulolu daba lolu lengonyama trust we have asked the province ukhokta ukuthi aka speed up ingxoxo phakathi kwamasipala namakhosi because akulona udaba lolu singavele silibambe njengesidlozana because luthinta kakhulu abantu abahlala emakhaya abampofu nendawo zamakhosi so ke ukhokta uyangenelela honorable speaker kulolo daba luzolunga nje very soon siyabonga.
Thank you, Councillor Muyama. Councillor Kaunda, the mayor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Firstly, all the matters that colleagues are raising are the matters that we've been responding to, and we have put facts on the table that indeed dealing with water leaks is a collective responsibility that the communities and ourselves as a city we need to resolve. But we have put in place the teams on the ground to start engaging on the program to close those leaks. We'll be introducing a contractor soon to other wards that will be dealing with the issues of the sewer like Hammersdale and Mpumalanga, where we'll be spending 250 million rand as this city to try and deal with the challenges of sewer in that area. We have approved investment as this city that is also directed to deal with Ohlange and some areas in Manzimtoti to try and deal with the pump stations there. So those are the kind of programs that we have put in motion as a municipality. Indeed, we need to work hard to ensure that the migration of the revenue, especially when it comes to meter reading, is migrating to revenue unit from both electricity as well as water and sanitation department. That is also an area where the issue is only stuck now on the engagements and negotiations, because this will affect some of the employees because we did not outsource everything when it comes to meter reading. There are those who are employed by the municipality that needs to be transferred to revenue units. So we are more than willing, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that we expedite all the programs and interventions to deal with the challenges that the city is faced with. But there is a progress that we are scoring in that regard, and we are looking forward to score more successes when it comes to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Worship. Councillors, are the recommendations noted? City Mayor, let's move to page 43, item 7.
Thank you very much. Hello?
Can you please open the microphone of the city manager?
Hello? Hello? Hello. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Page 43, item number 7, report on service delivery and budget implementation plan achievements for the quarter ended 30 September 2023. Committee recommends.
Yeah, thank you very much, City Manager. I forgot to check my list here, page 43. the speakers, quickly.
Speaker,
Yes, I've got Councillor Kavenda.
Speaker,
Yes, Mongo.
while you're checking the speakers, can I just check ukuthi ugunde kuphi city manager? Cha ugunde kahle.
Hawu emngwangu. Usithi manager mfowethu angafike alimpe ngako usuku kungamncoma umncoma seshona ilanga. Wokamncome ngale esalimpe kuseni. Councillor Kavenda. Then is Councillor White Kavenda, then Councillor S Kavenda from IFP, Councillor Besley from Action SA, then is Councillor Reddy from ADEC. In that order, Councillor Kavenda.
Thank you, Speaker. I know a good divorce attorney for this marriage that just crumbled today. Speaker, for a layperson, this item,
Oh, no.
for those watching,
Councillors, let's allow Councillor Kavenda to.
come Fukazi. I won't be your gogo. So for a layperson or those watching, or maybe even for some of your management and the leadership of the city, this SDBIP, which is Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan, is actually something that is a vital link between the mayor, the city, the council, executive, and administration, and it facilitates the process for holding management accountable for its performance. It is indeed a legislative mandate which is defined as a detailed plan approved by the mayor of a municipality. And it focuses on financial management, amongst other things, and service delivery targets, performance indicators for each quarter. The mayor is tasked with ensuring, amongst other things, that the performance agreements of the municipal manager, senior managers, and any other categories of officials, as may be prescribed, are monitored and made public. And here we are. As per this report, the overall achievement of certain SDBIP KPIs is sitting at 83.75%. Let's talk about those KPIs that the mayor will no doubt boast about in his response or his delegated official. Your report claims that you achieved 100% in developing a prosperous, diverse economy and employment creation. 112% in creating a quality living environment. Where? Fostering a social, equitable environment. 100%. Where on earth? A vibrant and creative city. The foundation for sustainable and social cohesion. In eThekwini, 100%. Good governance and a responsive local government. 75%, 75%, 100%. You cannot be serious. Let me ask this, which planet are you living on that you pretend that all is well in the city with the above percentages? As the DA, we were in absolute disbelief when the mayor pronounced that he's now the global climate change champion. The DA has for years questioned eThekwini municipality's inability or ability to respond to natural disasters under his watch. And yet, month after month after month, the city reels from a different crisis, from service delivery failures to corruption charges to failure to spend critical grants, collapses in DSW, electricity and water. And how will you ever hold officials accountable if this report says that all is fantastic in Kaunda land? As far back as 2019, the city said that they would mitigate for future storms to avoid similar damage. The disaster management unit would be assessing all flood-prone areas and that its engineering unit will also conduct assessments. We're still waiting. We're still waiting for those comprehensive reports with their financial implications. And no doubt the mayor will grandstand about his trips overseas and him being that climate change champion. But what have you done in your own backyard? Look around, it's falling apart. Diverse employment and employment creation. Where exactly have you hidden that diversity? Because we don't see it. Your policies are designed to promote otherwise, preferential procurement and the like, not diversity. Employment, what exactly are you referring to? 100%? Illegal traders have taken over almost all secondary CBDs. There is no longer pavement space to walk on, and it has led to an absolute deterioration of the environment. Why would you have an unmanageable explosion of illegal traders if your KPI for employment boasts 100%? People are desperate to survive in this failing city. That is why you have that explosion. Creating a quality living environment. How do you treat your city's homeless? Well, the box are arriving. Are you going to round up all the homeless under cover of darkness and drop them on the outskirts of the city like you've done before? Your programs are far from sustainable. Today's headline in the newspapers, News 24, vote of no confidence, Durban business leaders pessimistic about economic prospects in the metro. The Durban Business Confidence Index has highlighted how business leaders do not have confidence in eThekwini municipality and its ability to back business through service delivery. Now let's hear from a real hero of the nation, Siya Kolisi. He said, "This win is for the people who need hope. People who are not from South Africa do not understand what this means for our country. Our country goes through such a lot. We are the hope that they have." This resonated with the masses. Why? Why must we seek hope from sports people? Because politicians are the ones that divide us. Did South Africans miss the key point in the entire speech by Ramaphosa? I think not. That speech, 33 minutes dedicated to service delivery and implementation issues. Did he inadvertently concede to government failures and collapse? That's a rhetorical question that we all know the answer to. Because he went on and he said, to address the weaknesses in our many municipalities, we are undertaking interventions in local government. As national government, we are driving a number of interventions. These interventions will accelerate service delivery where basic services have collapsed. And here we are again. Let's hear the mayor play with words about Section 154 implementation. National has already started implementing that in eThekwini. That was announced in an EXCO meeting last week after it was published in the newspapers. The delegation of running of water plants to Amgeni Utukela was done almost 2 months ago. Who told us? Nobody. The head of EWS says there are more interventions to come. National intervention is going full steam ahead as endorsed by the President in his public holiday service delivery speech. So stop gloating about winning against your ratepayers. Stop it. Your arrogance prevents you from introspection. So why are you gloating about winning against the people that actually feed your office? They had to go to court to get the services that they pay for. And you time and time again are throwing that back into their faces instead of stepping back to consider why they had to do that. There is direct intervention from national government in running our city. And as the DA predicted, the writing is on the wall. We will not relent until the governance of the city is turned around. These reports, this SDBIP, is not a true reflection of the state of the city. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Kavenda. Councillor S. Kavenda, IFP.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the IFP, we note this report with the following concerns. Whilst we acknowledge and recognize the 91.67 achievement rate for the ICC, that win is crushed by the controversy and bad media it's receiving due to political interference and shady dealing allegations. And plan number 8 on page 44, financially accountable and sustainable cities, 50% achievement rate. Service delivery and its lack is a subject we don't have enough time to discuss as we are constantly failing the ratepayers. Let's boast when we can account for the city's finances and giving consideration to our pensioners and unemployed. It's like passing matric with a 50% pass rate and wanting to be a doctor. Having expectations for eThekwini is great as long as it's not a pipe dream. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Beasley, Action SA.
Thanks, Speaker. As a chartered accountant, I'm a numbers guy, and I normally say numbers don't lie, but these numbers clearly lie. There's no ways that the municipality can be getting this scoring. They can't fill in forms properly, so we have concerns how these percentages are actually worked out, because the living reality is on the ground, it's totally different. I mean, develop and sustain our spatial, natural and built environment, 81%. Our rivers are full of E. coli. Our beaches are full of E. coli. I don't know how we get 81%. I think it should maybe be 100 minus 81% and be 19%. And then going what the the Inkatha Freedom Party said about the RCC, we couldn't agree more. I mean, they host an ANC women's function and then they build a municipality for something else. I think it should be 100 minus 91% equals 9%. So I think they've worked out these numbers incorrectly.
Thank you very much. Councillor Reddy.
How's it for winning it?
Numbers are way off.
Councillor Vice Reddy.
I'm covered, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. His Worship the Mayor.
It's going to
Covered by
rain.
Yogas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Firstly, we acknowledge that the city is faced with challenges. The challenges that are not only the issues that are around South Africa, the issues that are global in nature. That is why this city in 2025 will be hosting the World Water Summit or Conference. Why we'll be hosting the World Water Summit at the ICC is because the issues of water, they are a big challenge in the world. With all the climate change challenges that it presents, it also deals with the high levels, the heat reserve. So it requires that we continue to work hard to mitigate that and also apply our adaptation strategies as a city. But we must also highlight that in the Republic of South Africa, it is important to know that at least there are 2 metros that are stable. So we know the DA won't like this, to hear this, but eThekwini is part of those metros. When it comes to good governance, the issues of good governance, we don't only measure them because you look at the levels of unemployment. You look at how we are running the city and the status that we've been holding for several occasions as a city, including our credit status, rating status, of which it was only tainted when the issue that Councillor Govender is raising on the administration. The administration that people are referring to, Section 154 is not an administration or intervention, but it is the support that the Constitution requires from both national sphere of government and provincial sphere of government to support local government. So if you say we've been having Section 54, it's what the Constitution requires from national sphere of government and provincial sphere of government. There's nothing wrong with that of having Section 154, because that is a requirement of the Constitution. All what we've been saying is that let's continue to respond on the issues. There is nothing wrong, Honorable Speaker, about eThekwini municipality working with other government entity to support eThekwini in terms of dealing with infrastructure. We'll be working with Umgeni Water on our 10 wastewater treatment plants, of which 2 of them have already been awarded by the city. So we are starting to do some work on those 2 that have been awarded, which I've also mentioned, which is Mpumalanga, as well as the northern works. So already there's work that the city has begun to do. When it comes to the issues of scoring and conducting assessment, I think what may mislead honorable councillors is when you see 100%, you think that you have covered everyone is now employed. When you see 100%, no, there are targets that you set for yourselves. And those targets, if you meet them, it becomes 100%, but it doesn't imply that you have employed everybody in the city. So that's how you measure your performance. You don't measure your performance on the basis that you have employed everybody. You set targets, and once you meet those targets, you then score yourself against such targets that you have set for yourself. So we think there's nothing wrong with the numbers that we see here, and they are a true reflection. So when it comes to how the city is faring, Honorable Speaker, in responding to the issues of social cohesion, we think that our programs are really yielding some positive results, but we are not yet there. This is the only city out of all 8 metros which in the second quarter of the previous financial year, we were able to reduce unemployment by 9%. It is not said by mayor, it is said by statisticians which have released figures when it comes to the unemployment. But it doesn't imply that we have employed everybody in the city, but that means there is a dent that we are making in responding to the plight of the youth in particular, and women, disabled people, as well as the military veterans. So these are the kind. When we talk about transformation of economy, yes, we are still having a long way to go, Honorable Speaker, because our economy in the city has not transformed in such a way that it fits to those vulnerable groups. So hence we are applying our own strategy. We've been to Toyota, and Toyota, the reason why they are still remaining in this city is because to us, go and do 1, 2, 3, and we have responded positive. That is why we are still keeping them in the city. That is why in the city we'll be attracting new investment, even in the CPD where there are challenges of more than 800 million. We'll be announcing such investments. Recently we've announced times 2, 1.9 billion rands investment in the very same city where we say the business has lost confidence. We think it's the other way around. Business do acknowledge challenges that the city is faced with, but they have not totally lost confidence in us because we are responsive to the needs of our businesses. Part of what we've also been doing is to keep a close contact, Honorable Speaker, with businesses, so that through the CEO forums that we normally convene, we are able to put our case on the table. As a result, business have said, we want to work with you as a city. We are going to put our engineers, our expertise to support the city to deal with the challenges, because we acknowledge that they are not of your own making as a city. There's no city in the country which have been faced with all these catastrophic disasters that we've been faced with. So therefore the business is acknowledging that. But we are not saying we are doing 100% well, but we are saying we are walking this journey with business because we have a firm conviction that if we work together with business, we can resolve many challenges that the city is faced with. If you look at the cities of the world, whether you talk of New York, you talk of Copenhagen, you talk of Boston, they started to have a decay that we're experiencing in the CPD. And some of these cities, they even became bankrupt in executing their responsibilities. But look at where they are today. So we are going to put a lot of enforcement, ensuring that we allocate spaces for informal trading, but ensuring that we also attract more investment in the CPD, including people who will reside through social housing projects that we are bringing on board through the bed buildings that we have identified. That on its own will change the face of the city, and many other catalytic projects which will be engaged on. We'll be challenging the Chinese mall, which was well known as the Wheel, because we are saying we can't keep such a mall in the prime land like that. So we'll be challenging them and say, let's allow serious investors who will make serious investment in the city to ensure that we change the face of our city for the better. So there are a lot of interventions, Honorable Speaker. We'll be reporting on those investments, and will continue to attract more investment on our side. People still have confidence in us. Yes, there are challenges. No one is on denial that there are challenges, but we are going to work with business and the communities to rebuild this city for better, both better and smarter. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, His Worship. Councillors, are the recommendation noted? Thank you very much. The announcement is one. The meeting will be convened on a virtual platform on a date to be announced by the Speaker. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.
Siyabonga Somlo.
Sibashaya mesibabona emnyango, Speaker.